This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on December 4th, 2023. Meeting is now called to order. It is 5:31 p.m. Speaker, do we have public comment on closed session?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for the closed session item.
City Attorney, could you read out the closed session items? Yes, Mayor. Conference with legal counsel liability claims governing code section 54956.95. Claimants Don Pong, Stephanie and Kevin Rivera, Carlos R. Munoz, Mel Wilson. Agency claim against City of Hollister. And the motion to adjourn closed session. Second. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Aye. Motion carries.
Be right.
Are you ready then? Alright, this is a joint study session of the Hollister City Council and the Hollister Planning Commission. Session is now called to order. It is 6:01 p.m. Oh, maybe you have a staff report?
Good evening, this is, welcome to the joint study session of the housing element. I'm Eva, the planning manager of the city of Hollister. And tonight's presentation will be given by our Kimberly Warren team, and the presenter tonight will be Brian here with Brian, so. Right, come on.
Good evening, commissioners, council members, staff. My name is Brian Delatory. I'm with Kimberly Warren. We've been working with the team on staff side, with the housing element. We have Bill here, and Joe, who will be helping with any translation. So first of all, I just want to go over just an agenda, what we're going over tonight. So just brief overview of the housing element, our RENA, so the regional housing needs allocation, updates from the last cycle, new requirements for the housing element this cycle, our sites and our strategies to address our allocation and our requirements, and then just discuss the next slides. We'll end with questions we can answer. I'll answer if not staff. So what's the housing element? So the housing element is just an element in the general plan. It's the only one that needs to be updated regularly. So every 8 years, must be reviewed by HCD. It must be certified. That certification process is one that we are about to start. And what the housing element does identify our current need and our projected need for the next 8 years. The plan has goals, policy programs to meet our arena and our requirements. The certification allows the city to be eligible for state grants, other benefits that will benefit housing in the city. So what the city must do is be able to demonstrate that there's current capacity in the city to accommodate the need. So in a bit, we'll get into what that need is and what's the projected for the city. Important component of this process is the engagement, getting your input and input from residents in the city. So when we think of the housing element getting certified, what that means is it's probably iterative process with HCD reviewers from the city who review our plan. These documents are very long, a couple hundred pages. And they review that against state law, get us some comments back, tell us, hey, this is not fully compliant, go back and forth. And the benefits of getting being certified is, again, like I mentioned earlier, being eligible for state grants specific to housing, also not specific to housing, and it protects the city from penalties, lawsuits, loss of local control for system. So some key features of the housing element, there's about 6 or 7 sections in the housing element. Housing needs assessment. This is I like to call it just like a snapshot of the city, just what our demographics, what our housing look like, what does our housing stock look like, what's the demographic makeup of the city. So then we'll go into our constraints. We look at our constraints, we look at a couple of different constraints. We look at non-governmental constraints, so that can be land cost, financing cost, stuff that's outside of control of the city, just market forces. Then we look at governmental controls, so that's what are our development standards, what are our land use controls, are they creating constraint on development of housing for different densities, affordability levels. Then we look at environmental constraints, which is a big one. Infrastructure constraints, kind of look at it overall, how do all those constraints interact. Another big one, affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis. So this one is new, kid cycle was a proponent, but it wasn't too big. Now this is a bulk of the housing office, looking at any fair housing issues within the city, and even within the region. If there's any fair housing issues, identifying them, and identifying ways and policies that we can address these fair housing issues, if any of them. Then we go on to the identification of sites to accommodate our arena. So do we have sufficient land? Do we have sufficient zoning to allow housing other densities? Before we go into this whole process, we evaluate our progress in the fit cycle. So how do we see do the fit cycle meeting our objectives and measures? And then lastly, once we have our sites, we have all of our analysis, we drop the program to meet our goals and set out new objectives for the six cycle. I'll go to regional housing need allocation. So regional housing need allocation is a determination of the need statewide. So first it starts at state level, so it needs to be statewide. Then we determine the need regionally, and then it goes down to council of governments. Council of governments determine the fair share of the individual jurisdictions. So these projections are based on future population growth, employment growth, and then just overall household growth. There's a whole methodology to this, and we won't go into that, but kind of like I mentioned, starts at HCD level, goes down to council of government. So San Diego has San Diego Council of Government, and at that level determines two incorporated cities, so Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and then the county of whole, and determine what the fair share is for those three jurisdictions. For this sixth cycle, the city's regional housing needs allocation is 4,163. And right now we'll see that is a huge jump from our last cycle, and we'll go into that in a second. But this total 4,163 is broken down by income levels. So these are just the goals that the state sets out as the city needing to meet those income levels. So as we'll see on the screen, for extremely low and low and very low income, that goes anywhere from anywhere up to about $55,000 for a household. So all of these household income levels, income categories are for approximately family of four. And based on this, you can see about 846 quick math, 846 for about 50% of the area median income. So households that are 50% of that income. Then next we have low income households, which is 51 to 80% of the area median income. And that's about 678 housing units. That's moderate income, and then we'll see a big chunk of it is about moderate income. So this is for households that are earning 160,000 and for households. Like I mentioned a second ago, we'll see it's a huge jump from the fifth cycle. You will see the fifth cycle we have about 1,300 units that are required for the city, and now we see that's more than triple. We have an additional 2,846 additional units that are required to accommodate for this cycle. So we kind of see this across the whole state. Some jurisdictions have, increased like sixfold, sevenfold. Here in the bottom, we'll see the city of Santa Cruz go 400%. So that's fivefold that they increase in the requirements. So this is based on the projection and the growth of different regions in the state. So Hollister is not alone. So now we look at how we're going to accommodate this need. So when we determine where we can accommodate these units, we take a couple different considerations. So first, it's the housing element law requires us to take these considerations, but also it's just best practices as well. Is accommodating the need close to community resources, services, public transportation, obviously want access to infrastructure, and here in the city, on the whole city is service, so that isn't a big issue. But next we look at affirmatively furthering fair housing. So again, How are we gonna better serve the community through our accommodation sites? We want to make sure we're not concentrating, a specific income level in one part of the city. And we don't want to see a concentration of sites. Sometimes it just happens just because, vacant land is one part of the city as opposed to another, but to the city effectively, we try to this distribute our sites throughout the city, especially in areas with the highest opportunity, highest access to research, and access to services. And then lastly, at the bottom here, you'll see, based on HCD's guidance, we can assume that any zoning that's 20 billion units, 20 billion units per acre or more can be considered like affordable by design. So any developments that are 20 billion units or more, we can accommodate as development units. Advance the slide. Yes. So here on this table, there's a lot of numbers here, but you'll see this is still work in progress. These are not set in stone, but this is just how we plan to accommodate the need. So from the very top, you'll see in that like yellow, you'll see our arena. So that's our requirement, just across the board, broken down by income. We take a layered approach. So we try to get the lowest hanging fruit. We try to chip away at that number. First, we estimate our projected ADU construction. So you'll see the total is 136 units just on projected ADU construction. We got this number based on our past performance. So we averaged from 2018 to 2022, got the average and then projected for 8 years. We got a total of 136. We've seen just in the past 2 years that we've seen a pretty significant rise in ADU production. So in reality, this number could be higher. But based on the methodology that we took, we're taking consideration for that. The next one we see is pipeline projects. These are projects that are approved but haven't been developed or are currently under review. And the city believes that it's reasonable to assume that these will be approved at some point and developed during the 6th cycle. So that one took a pretty significant chunk out. We'll see it's about 1,700 units that are in the pipeline. And if you look at residential zoning units, so this is the existing capacity based on our existing zoning, existing general plan designations. Based on those, so they're both vacant and non-vacant sites, we will get 146 sites, approximately 146 sites. And that's the same for the mixed use zones. So you'll see again in that second yellow row, that's our remaining need. So even when we take ADU, projected pipeline projects, existing capacity, we still have a need of approximately 2,064 units. For above moderate, we're almost there. We need additional 102, but you'll see for very low and moderate income, we have a big way to go. So the strategy that we're taking is rezones to increase the capacity on existing parcels throughout the city. So that first one you'll see in North Gateway vacant rezone. So that's a vacant lot currently, doesn't allow residential. The strategy is to allow residential on site and can net approximately 636 units. First, I should mention all of these rezones are at capacities currently proposed for the general. So these are general plan densities. So next is the high density residential rezones. We have about 2,360 units there. Mixed use rezones, 1,400. Downtown mixed use rezone, 1,200. So with all those rezones, with our existing capacity, we get a pretty big buffer. You'll see at the very bottom at the totals, broken down by income. You can see for the very low and low income, we're above. We have a buffer of about 300 units, and as you go down, you see the buffer increases. The reason we have that buffer is just to account for plans not going as planned. We can't. The city doesn't develop housing. We can only facilitate and encourage housing. If one site is, say, the North Gateway vacant site, we were anticipating that we can net 636, maybe only 200 units get developed. That's why we have that to account for that variation. So here we have our existing capacity. This is kind of our existing residential, our existing mixed use capacity, and our pipeline projects. So the purple you'll see pipeline projects sprinkled around the city. And then in that orange boundary, you'll see the residential sites and then residential zoning, and then the red boundaries you'll see there. Next, we'll go to the North Gateway vacant sites. This is the site I was mentioning. It's currently vacant. Doesn't allow residential. The strategy is to allow residential there to allow for development of additional. And so we have the high density residential rezone. So this is again scattered throughout the city, but really in significant amount of sites of the north part of the city. And this is just creating additional capacity through additional density. And then lastly, we have our mixed use rezones. So these are just sites that will potentially allow mixed uses to again for development. That's not the last one. I believe there's downtown mixed use rezone, so similar to just the mixed use. This is concentrated in the downtown area to facilitate additional development of housing. So this will be in conjunction with other non-residential uses, so it'll be a mixed use component. Lastly, we'll go just a project timeline. So today we have this our first study session. We plan to have another study session early next year. The public review draft, we're in the process of getting that out now, tying up some final edits, and then early next year having another study session, like you mentioned, another community workshop with the community get additional input, and then finally submit our first draft to HCD. So that first draft, after submitting for public review, we allow the public at least 30 days to review the document, provide feedback, provide comment, city consider those comments, and then make any revision as appropriate. And then once that 30-day review period is over, the city can submit. And that first submittal, the state has 90 days, 90 calendar days to review it and get us back some comments. Every subsequent review after that will be 60 days. But that initial one is 90 days. And then we move forward to the spring. So this is going into that buffer where technically the city would be out of compliance, but there's about 120 days that the city has as a grace period, quote unquote, to come to compliance. How that looking and how we and lastly, we have an adoption committees to adopt the
that middle date, right? The winter 2024.
yeah, so early next. So
Commission in the Northeast.
That second date there, it says winter 2024.
It should be winter 2024.
Thank you.
that middle one.
The blue middle one.
Yeah, I think so. So study session. Yeah.
I got
So
you.
it's kind of overlap, yeah.
I was thinking the end of it.
No. So yeah, early, like, so anywhere from January to February of fall.
Sorry.
And then, yeah, that concludes it. Available for questions. We have staff here as well for questions. So
Why don't we
please.
start with the planning commission and go first, since they're working on this. Do you guys have any questions?
No, it's ingrained in my brain already. I don't have any questions on that process. Yeah.
So regarding the various categories for low for income housing. Yeah. So my question is, do we know the distribution of households that fall
Like the amount of household within, off the top of my head, I don't, within the draft itself, we can break it down. We just household, when we do break it down. Yeah, off the top of my head. Do you know? No, it's in the document, but off the top of my head, okay.
I apologize, Christian, I missed some of the questions because I was distracted by the mic situation. Could you repeat? And then I think I might have.
Okay, the question is, are there, like, for example, let's say there's 10,000. Do we know what percentage of those things are falling
into the categories. I don't have that information. It's probably a relatively low percentage. And we don't have too many affordable developments, and many of them were developed in the 80s, 90s. So
I'm talking about.
No.
I'm talking about the population of Hollister now.
Like the Department of Finance, I heard some. Income, household, by income.
oh, no, I don't have that number on the top of my head.
You're at the very, it's really small, but, just San Diego County as a whole, for a family for the median incomes, it's not the average, it's the median, is 140,000 about, for a family of four. So it kind of varies. In the document, we can break it down. I just don't remember.
No, that's okay. Every time I ask a question, people will start telling you the numbers of the income amount as far as dollars. I'm talking about the numbers of people that fall into those.
It's pretty significant. I spitballing here, I would have to look in the document, but I want to estimate like about 30% of the Hollister population will fall into that low income or extremely low income. In the document.
Councilmember DeSantis, did you have any questions?
I do. I'm just gonna piggyback off of Commissioner Henderson's question as well. So is that slide in front of us showing what he's asking about?
This is just the breakdown of our allocation. So this is not the amount of households within Hollister that are currently at those levels, but those are the income ranges for San Diego. So in San Diego County, households for family members, if they earn 33,000 or less, they would be considered extremely low.
And you're saying 30% of our population.
No.
Hollister, California, that's what I understood.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Henderson, 30% of our population in the city is qualifying for extremely low income housing.
Just low income.
Low
Not
income
just
is
low.
low.
Yeah, and I would have to get this very specific.
But you're saying roughly. Okay, well, that's a great point, and I think it's important for us to talk about that. So thank you for asking that question. I saw here, so again, the last RENA cycle, which I was on the council we approved, the state was asking us to plan for 1,300 homes, correct?
Correct.
And then now they're asking us to plan for 4,163 homes.
Correct.
And you said that number was calculated how again? Did they use our data from 2018, how many houses we approved, and then they kind of projected that out? Is that what you stated?
No, so they have a methodology where they look at both population growth estimates, so current population, and then just a projected growth, employment, and then also just household income growth as well.
Okay, but I would imagine somewhere in their formula, they're looking at how quickly we grew, and that's going to help them to project the numbers that we're going to require in the future, right?
I believe, yes, that's part of the consideration.
So if we grew beyond our means, then the numbers will be a little bit inflated, I would say.
It's really hard to say because different jurisdictions have different projections. For the county, it's it comes down to the council of governments. The council of government kind of breaks it down the way they have their own methodology separate from the state as well.
Okay. Are we required to build all of those houses by law? Are we required to build all of those houses, or just plan and zone for building those homes?
Correct, the latter. So cities are not expected to develop the housing themselves. There's no funding for that, but the city is required to accommodate for it. So have the appropriate zoning, appropriate land to.
Okay. So you said one of the things you were looking at are fair housing issues, and that kind of goes to Commissioner Henderson's question. Did you guys get to that part of your analysis?
Yeah, so fair housing is a big issue across the state is accessibility to housing, accessibility to financing, and accessibility to affordable housing. We've looked into, discrimination issues, so I think there's one case of, financing discrimination here in the city. But yes, it's a very thorough, section.
Okay, so aside from the one case of discrimination, were there any other fair housing issues that are specific to our region or to our city?
Access, to affordable housing.
Access to affordable housing, why is that?
There's a lack of affordable housing, not enough affordable housing. The demand for affordable housing far outweighs the actual.
Okay, so even though we have a huge need for affordable housing, we haven't been approving projects or requiring them to provide that affordability. Is that what you're stating?
Yeah, the ones that have been proposed have not been proposed yet.
Okay. Any other issues that you came across in your analysis that are specific to our city that just jump out at you?
What was that? In the document, there's 4 contributing factors. Four contributing factors to fair housing, that just essentially fair housing issues. Affordability housing was the first one. Transportation was also another one. Access to transportation, public transportation. The 2 other ones I would have to look into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then again, we have sufficient land currently, but we're gonna rezone for it, so we don't have any problems, we're gonna be in compliance. Within the city of Hollister, we have sufficient land, if not, we're planning to rezone to meet the requirements of the RENA. Is that what I'm understanding?
So there is sufficient land, just the zoning, the existing zoning doesn't allow us to accommodate the.
Yeah, so we're gonna work on that, there's no need to have to grow our city bigger or to grow the sphere of influence bigger, would you say? Not at this moment. Okay.
Not based off requirements.
Okay. Very good, thank you. If we were to grow our city bigger or to rezone or make our sphere of influence bigger by 3,000 acres, that could potentially turn to 30,000 homes. Are those gonna count towards these RENA numbers? If it's in the sphere of influence?
So when it comes to the sphere of influence, those RENA numbers will kind of, it gets a little tricky because the county has its own, the unincorporated county has its own RENA. If those units that were accommodated on previously unincorporated land, the city would now take on that RENA. So yes, you can get additional units, but you would also take on additional units. So it may net out as like 0. It really depends on the sites and where they're coming to.
Okay. How many are in the pipeline? You said there was a pipeline number.
Yeah.
And you had estimated, I think, 152, but in actuality, how many are being built or in the pipeline?
So in the pipelines of projects that are either approved or currently under review, the total is 1,730. Yeah, approximately 152.
Why is there such a big discrepancy between what you guys estimated 152 to what we're actually going to be approving or building?
So I think the 152 is very low and low, so that pipeline is 100 affordable housing for the Eden housing site in the west of Fairview. So that was approved, so that's 100 of those 152. And then 51 of them were an SB 35 ministerial approval here in the downtown. And I don't remember the other one, but those are the 2 projects that are in the pipeline approved. So they're not, neither is under construction, but they both have active entitlements and are working towards those approvals. But as mentioned, that entire row, the 1730 is the total pipeline. So the pipeline includes a few moderate houses as well, which is part of the west of Fairview subdivision. What remains to pull building permits of the 33 building permits that are part of that project. And then above moderate, this will be above moderate market rate pipeline projects, either under construction or in the pipeline elsewhere.
Since you're up 30, but this is a little bit confusing to me. I think I get an idea about it, but I'm going to ask you anyway. And it ties into the affordability. According to your presentation, it says the affordability is 20, should be 20 units per acre. I'm wondering what the percentage of that is gonna be per acre, but I think it varies dependent on the project, right? If it's multifamily, it'll be lower if it's multifamily, it'll be higher as opposed to single family, it'll be lower. Is that not correct?
Yes, so that comes from the state kind of defining, and I believe it actually is 30, which is what we've talked about previously, because we're in. Hollister is a part of the Sunnyvale metropolitan area where that number counts for, and what that is it's purely for planning in your housing element and looking at a vacant site and looking at the minimum density allowed and whether you can assume affordable units would be a part of the development. That's where that minimum density is. So it's not a reflection of the proposed development necessarily, and it's not a reflection of development that's happened in the city or development that are other sites in your analysis. It's purely if you have a site that is 30 units an acre or more in the city of Hollister, for your housing element, you can assume that part of it can be affordable with less analysis required. Whereas if it's at a lower density, the state requires a more stringent analysis to prove that the site you are proposing as a candidate site in your housing element can actually accommodate affordable housing.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And great presentation, by the way.
That's my friends.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions at this time. I'll reserve my comments for later.
Councilmember Fritz. I just thought a couple, so it's talking about the real numbers, but. You know, I know you said we've gone up a great deal with your methodology, but, you know, I tried to kind of look around and see what's going on in our neighboring cities. And so, because I know we got bumped into a metropolitan statistical area instead of suburban, which is what we were before, right? So that means bigger. So I'm looking at Morgan Hill, who's got a bigger population than us. Their data number is 1,037. Gilroy has 58,000 people. Their number is 1,773. I just see this big disparity and I'm like, why? And is there any possibility there was an error, or is there a way for us to look and push back a little on this? It just seems so out of sync. Even Santa Cruz used 61,000 people. Theirs is 3,736. I mean, that's less than ours. So, wow. You know, is there something you can do to look at those numbers or deal with this data at all? I mean, I know it's always pushback, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, during the RENA process, every jurisdiction, their council of governments, have a whole process, and that's kind of the time where you can appeals, make determinations. There have been a couple of jurisdictions across the state that been successful in their appeal. A large majority of them have not been. But that variation, it really depends on the council of government. So like Morgan Hill and Gilroy, they're in a different council of government. Same with like Santa Cruz. Although Hollister is part of AMDAG, we have our own council of government, so it's a little bit separate. So for a lot of other things, we're part of AMDAG, but for the RENA process itself, we're our own council of government just for jurisdiction. The county, the 2 cities in the county, plus down.
So yeah, that's what's kind of confusing to me. So we're in this metropolitan area with the Bay Area, but we're in AMDAG, who isn't that big at the numbers, and then they just pass them to COG, and COG decides how to break them down and put it in the city.
Correct.
Right, so COG isn't actually negotiating anything, that isn't AMDAG who would be the one to do that, and
No. And
how does that work? Because it's a little confusing.
so AMDAG and COG will be separate. So the
I
state.
can understand that, but I thought that the numbers come into AMDAG and they say COG, they turn them over to COG. There's that.
No, there was one determination that came down to AMDAG and one determination that came down to the city of COG.
So COG does have the capacity to go back and question, or doesn't? I mean, where does that question come in? How do you do that?
There are jurisdictions that do it after the determination. So the final RENA plan was published 2022, so last December. Usually the appeals are prior to that final determination. They're having jurisdictions have done it after, and it's really, I would defer to
Something, but I don't want to hold up our housing.
Yeah.
Obviously, we need to do this, or we're going to find ourselves in trouble. So one of the things that struck me, you said that part of the certification is not just, meeting the zoning for the new members, but it talks about that we must demonstrate compliance with state housing laws. Are we talking about all the housing laws or just the ones that pertain to?
Essentially all housing law, since 2018, there's been over 100 new
Yeah.
pieces of legislation. It all gets kind of wrapped into this state housing element law.
Yeah.
There's big ones that are analyzed specifically, but typically if you comply with.
So I guess my question then leads to, so we heard the question asked, so we just have to zone for a arena, that's all we're really required to do. If we decide to just zone for it, but then deny all the housing, then we can't do that, right? I mean, that's not, aren't we gonna run afoul, are we then not complying with state law? I mean, it's kind of a, or do we have the right, if you zone for a certain type of residential or medium density, do we have the right to stop the development if it meets all the requirements? I mean, zoning does imply that you have the ability, developer would have the ability to come in and propose a project, we can't just say no.
So I'm gonna jump in here. So there are risks associated with denying projects that are moderate and below, and those are risks we will discuss separate and apart from here, but to answer your question, yeah, there's risks associated.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, every year there's the APR process as well, just showing the update with the housing element process. So in the last cycle, it's my understanding that ECU wasn't super strict with meaning reserve, and then now as we forward, they've been a lot more strict. We're actually looking at what they are, and then in the housing programs for housing elements, they're usually requiring a monitoring program. So cities to self monitor, hey, are you in progress? If not, adjust and add additional sites, add additional use.
I guess the only other question I have is just, our city is on an affected cities list, which makes us a little different than county, which is not. Would you just, I mean, I know we can't do things like, forums or what. There are prohibitions for us, right? In that regard, I'm just curious.
I would prefer to see the term as this.
Yeah, so Hollister is on an affected cities list, and that's why the city of Hollister said to do a moratorium to specifically prohibit it.
Just wanted to get that out. I think, the only other question I have is, so I know we have a grace period of 720 days. If for some reason we get rejected for whatever reason, we go back and forth with the state, can you just tell us about the remedy law and what what does that mean?
Yeah, so once the city comes out of, or any jurisdiction comes out of compliance with or housing housing that's not in compliance, there's a couple of different some issues that come into play. So builders remedy comes into play where the city loses approval control and planning control of projects that come in, and projects can go straight to the state and be approved at the state level. So it can go either above or below densities required zone. So
Okay, I see. All right, I think that's it for questions.
Two quick questions for the attorney. Thank you. When we adopted this in COG, we adopted it with protests. Is that an option for us to do at city council here tonight? And what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so I have to look into that to answer that question, but I can research it and then,
Well, I think we're gonna vote on that tonight, so I think.
Well, you're gonna provide directions.
Got
right?
it.
So that could be part of the direction.
Very good. And then the other point. Oh, that the mayor brought up about the appeal. Who does the appeal? Would that be the city of Hollister, COG? Who initiates the appeal?
And that can likewise be part of the direction that we can get to the
Okay.
council's interested.
I make a comment.
Was there not a comment after public comment?
Was something that you said, yes, well, in answering your question, I was on Ambeg.
We're not answering questions, we're asking questions.
Was gonna answer the mayor's question. Okay,
we can have deliberation of the ground or something when I'm talking about.
I was gonna answer your question on Ambec, but that's all right. Yeah.
Just use the microphone. I just have one more question. So PlaceWorks, what my understanding is PlaceWorks was having the general plan, and they were also having the housing element.
Yeah, so King Horn, we're handling the housing element and the sources handling.
Where I just, so like there was a separate thing that PlaceWorks was handling, I thought it was.
No, King Horn, we're doing the housing element, but they're consistent. The general plan, the housing element is one element within the whole general plan. But we can probably speak to the place where she's doing it, not another factor.
Yes, so PlaceWorks is working on the general plan, but they're also working on our inclusionary housing ordinance, so. Three different things, all very closely related to different things, but yes.
I would like to, if Carol has something to add.
Well, we're gonna have discussion after public comments, so we can.
I want to make sure she's heard.
Yeah, okay, which will have an opportunity. Do we have public comments?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have two speakers that have raised their hands. The first is Dennis Martin on Zoom.
We do have Spanish translation.
Yes, I did go ahead and announce it. If those of you who are interested in doing online Spanish translation, there are signs that are posted at the doors and also around the room. You can either use a smartphone or we do have other devices should you need them, and then you can log on and see that in 55 languages. Thank you.
Kinley Horn does have a live translator that this item, so.
Yes, this is one mention. Mr. Martin, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor and Council and Planning Commission. Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. Just a few notes on your study session tonight. You have a RENA number of 4,163 units, and based on prior housing element processes in the Bay Area, HCD is requiring a buffer from between 15 to 30%. That would actually make your planning horizon at about 5,200 units based on a 25% buffer. In the constraints section, developer fees are a very important part of that constraint section of the housing element. And your fees now in Hollister exceed $70,000 per single family unit and $60,000 per multifamily unit. We believe that the strategy of high density rezoning for 2,360 plus units is not market feasible. And HCD does look at feasibility when these zonings are instituted and when these sites are identified. We believe that that is not a feasible number, and that that really needs to be looked at and analyzed for feasibility. The timely certification of the housing element is compulsory, and subsequent, as well as subsequent zoning updates to zone for adequate sites. The Housing Accountability Act does allow for a builder's remedy, as outlined by the consultant. And in the Bay Area, you don't have to look any farther than the Bay Area to see that over 30 projects and 6,400 units have been filed under builder's remedy, including 1,900 units in Morgan Hill. So it's a very real thing, and case law is supporting builder's remedy, including the major case this summer, the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge, in which the court ruled that penalties for the failure to comply with the deadlines in the housing element law can include suspension of permitting authority. So I encourage you to expeditiously approve your housing element with adequate sites and feasible sites under your sites inventory. Thank you very much.
The next public speaker is Gary Holdinger.
White Lives Matter, Make White Babies. GHBflyers.com.
Okay, so Mayor, the comments need to be relevant and within the purview of the city council. Those comments are not. The speaker's been warned once. If it happens again, you can cut them off.
He's already left. The next public speaker is Keegan Bells.
That's the same guy from last time.
Yeah, we'll let him speak and I'll give him the same warning.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
City Council and proud sons and daughters of the great nation, we stand at a crossroad today. Our beloved city, which is a jewel in our nation's crown, faces neglect while our resources are squandered on unworthy endeavors. I'm Keegan, a disabled veteran, and I am a true patriot to our land. Tonight, I bring to light a matter that strikes at our heart of our national pride.
This needs to be related to the agenda item, the joint meeting between the planning commission and the city council.
Yeah, this is about it. It's about the low income, the moderate income, the housing, how it can affect people with who are trying to live and pay off their bills and whatnot. And how we need to look out for lower income residents and whatnot. But I see that a lot of our demand is on foreign aid, and we are taxing our citizens in our city who are on low income and whatnot, and it's only hurting them even more. And so it is imperative that we elect leaders who embody our natural virtues of strength and unity, and I'm not seeing that in our city. And leaders who will place our people in our homeland above all else.
Okay,
And
Mr.
that's
Bell,
none of you
this is
guys.
your
You're
first
interrupting
warning
me about the
regarding
low
making
income.
comments that are relevant and
We're
inside
having a low income issue where people who can't afford food, and I'm trying to talk about what's causing this issue, and you can learn a lot about it at gtvflyers.com.
Mr. Bells is left. And those are all the public speakers we have for this item.
Let's bring it back for deliberation. So, planning commission, I can let you take the first part again. Carol, you had a comment you wanted to.
Yes, please. I wanted to tell you that I was. Yes. Testing, okay. Can you hear me? Without that, let's see. You were talking about AMBAG, and I was over there on AMBAG when they were doing all those studies, getting ready, preparing for the arena. It was really a long, drawn out process, and I wanted to just add that Maura Toomey, who was the executive director over there, she personally met with every single mayor and every single chairman of the board of supervisors, whichever entity it was, maybe even more than once, planning directors, planning staff. I know that you guys spoke with Maura Toomey on a few occasions from AMBAG, but so there was a lot of time. The reason I'm saying this is I think the appeal period is long since gone. I didn't hear of any more options right when I was wrapping it up there in the end of 2020. So I'd be surprised if that was the case. But you were asking, like, how do they get to those numbers? Well, a lot of it's location and land availability, and doggone if we're not sitting here with land availability all around our city limits, which is why it's important to put it in the city limits. I'd like to see the formula changed for the inclusionary housing. Okay, we're speaking of that, correct? No, just the housing element. Yeah, that's separate. So I just wanted to tell you that's why we got a little bit more hammered than some of the rest. Is many of them are constrained by their area. So it's a little different over by the ocean. They have small cities there. We have a lot of land here. And no, I don't want to build in the county. Let's just get that clear. Okay. That's and then my other comments, inclusionary housing, so that's all I had, is to clarify AMBAG that it was thoroughly researched on AMBAG level in preparation to getting it to COG here. Thank you.
Councilmember Zevins, or some further discussion on this?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. So first off, I think a lot of people move to Hollister because of the unique, beautiful characteristics that we still have here, as opposed to other places. Is there land available here? Yeah, it's rich agricultural farmland with rich green rolling hills that we need to work together to protect, not to build houses all over. So that's what I fully intend to do, and that's what I think I was elected in office to do. Another thing that I think that was brought up tonight is that the affordability of the housing is completely out of whack. There is, which was brought up, 30% of our population that qualifies for affordable housing. However, when we did the analysis of what's been built or what's available, it doesn't even come close to that. The infrastructure is we're bursting at the seams, and it's not just the roads. I know that most people talk about how your quality of life is going down every year more and more because you're sitting in traffic, which is very, very unfortunate, but it's because of the way that we've been building and because of the way people on the council or people in the county keep going with building even more and not keeping up the infrastructure. We need to put a stop to that. It's not going to get any better. It's just going to get worse. But we have to look at the schools. Your kids are going to these schools that are impacted as well. The sewers, you're going to be paying higher taxes if we keep building and not keeping up our infrastructure and not doing it the right way, right? So I know that the biggest gripe is the traffic, which I completely understand, but there's a lot more that comes along with building irresponsibly, and that's going to throw your complete infrastructure out of whack and decrease your quality of life and your family's quality of life. The state is putting a lot of pressure on us to build, right? There was an article that said the Speaker of the House, who represents our area, has put a bunch of pro-housing people on committees to help to build without us even having a say on how we build. So your own representatives lied to you to get into office, to get your vote, and then they turn around and they make your lives even worse by the decisions that they make. So keep that in mind. If the state wants to make us build, they need to provide support for us to build. And I'm not against all growth. I'm against stupid growth. And the way that we've been growing is irresponsible, reckless, and stupid. So we need to put a stop to it. We need to stand together. And yeah, I would make these recommendations when we bring this item back. First and foremost, I want to look into the appeal that was brought up. And I think that we all should consider filing a appeal, whether it's before or after. But if this council's serious about wanting to push back against the state and these mandates that are completely out of control, then let's make good on our promise to the people that are here tonight, and let's file an appeal. Second of all, if we do adopt this, then because we have no other choice, quote unquote, right? But I'd like to see if that's really true. Do we have no other choice? Then we should adopt it under protest. And then again, file up the appeal. When it comes to denying housing, Madam Mayor, you have made mention of that. Lots of other cities are zoning in a very creative, quote unquote, creative way so that we can stop the reckless and irresponsible building to where we don't have to deny anything. Nothing's going to be built here, period. But we have to make those decisions to the council. We have to think outside the box, and we have to work together with our community and be honest with them about the decisions that we're making up there. Thank you.
Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I look forward to hearing what City Legal's response is to questions raised this evening. These numbers are absurd and unattainable. I guess my only solace is the fact I'm on District 4 currently. We're talking about finally the build out off of Fairview of homes that have been approved for 20 years. And I understand that there's a shortage of housing, but it's got to be realistic. This is not realistic in my opinion, but I do want to thank staff for your work, whether you be on the consulting team or whether you be on the city team. I appreciate the good work that you've done in collaboration together. I do think that what you're proposing in rezoning and where we're intending to put these potential homes makes a lot of sense to me, and so I look forward to hearing, the next steps. Thank you.
Councilman Chris.
What he said. You know, irresponsible, reckless, and stupid, those are words I've heard today about our time. Well, in all actuality, I've only been here for 3 years. You know what, I want to thank staff. I want to, all of our team, our city staff and the team, because I know in the last 3 years, since Mr. Burns and I have been in office and the new additions, we're doing things right. We're making our city right. So you know what? Irresponsible. Excuse me?
I said, no, you're not. That's a lie.
Not recognized,
That's a
sir.
lie. Be honest with the public.
So, yeah. So, yeah, irresponsible, reckless, and stupid. You know, if I was in office for a long, much longer than that, I wouldn't even use those words. But I want to thank the staff for coming back together to get us on the right track. Because you know, the past only matters so much. Where are we going? Where are we taking our city? That's more important. And that's what most of the council up here is about, where we're going with our city, doing the right planning. And getting rid of irresponsible, reckless, and stupid. Thank you, staff. I really appreciate you. Because I know what you guys do. A lot of people don't understand all the workings and intricacies of what's going on up here. Thank you guys, from the bottom of my heart.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for the presentation. I also look forward to hearing from council on the various questions that we asked. I would like to start, since we do have the bodies, the city council, COG, and AMBAG, we do have representatives that can initiate that process, that approach process, or begin moving forward with that. I'd like to ask the council to consider providing direction to those representatives, Mayor Casey, myself, and Rick Perez to initiate the process in with bodies to do the appeal. And then I think we need to educate our community about what really happens when we don't move forward and approve certain items. What are the consequences? I think that need to be more visible and apparent so that there isn't propaganda in the community that kind of doesn't provide the full picture and how it negatively impacts our community. Okay, so I'm just going to echo the sentiments to the staff. Thank you so much for the report. I'm looking forward to seeing. I understand this is going to go out for review by the public, so I'm looking forward to getting a chance to really look into it and read it. Obviously we need to move ahead. We can't just hold up the process, or we are going to be facing builder's remedy, which is not something our city wants to deal with. So, but I do support what we were discussing about doing some kind of an appeal, and we can do it after. We can go ahead with our element. We can still do that process after. I don't want to hold up to housing element, but I do think it's worth looking at. When you look at these numbers, I mean, there's a lot of land around Gilroy, Morgantown, and they don't have those numbers. So, and I was thinking that it's just that we somehow got pushed into the Bay Area as metropolitan, but it just seems out of whack for me. So I'm more than happy to support that, and hopefully our city attorney can give us any direction, and also we can follow up with COG to see if there's something we can do along those lines. But other than that, I don't have any other direction other than I think we need to move in with the.
Madam Mayor, if I can. Can we actually find out how these numbers came to fruition? Like some of the questions I asked about, was it because of our numbers of building? Like, I think we've heard that. We don't know why cities closer to the Bay Area have lesser required numbers and ours are so inflated. So can we come back with that? Is that something that the council would like to
I don't mind
agree
looking
to?
into that. I don't want to hold up this
Yeah.
process though, just because.
Whether it's in an MOU, an email, I just think that we need to be educated, and then we can go and try and educate the community on our public platforms as well. But I think that's important.
We have the ability to look for that dollar. Yeah, no, I mean, and it was contentious everywhere, and the Southern California COG, I think 47 out of 48 appeals were denied. And the one that was approved had about
decrease of 400. Well, I mean, it's not unique to this city at all. The state auditor issued a report back in March of 2022, calling out their perceived flaws with the process. And HCD actually, it's online HCD actually agreed with them and promised that the process is going forward.
So, if I may, actually, Carol's spot on Mandarin. And you're also, yeah, and so no one is happy with these numbers, everyone is complaining, so I'm just thinking it's like, you guys are beating the dead horse, but you know what, I'm all for it, let's go for it, let's try, but it's, you're not, I don't really willing this, because everyone is done. But let's do it.
Thank you, Mayor. I just also like to take a moment to personally recognize the planning commissioners for their hard work, allowing us to other things and absolutely their time this evening as well. Thank you, Commissioner.
So do we have enough direction there? Does the planning commission have any other? I didn't ask you if you had any direction or anything you wanted to include. So
We're not talking about inclusionary housing though, right?
No,
Just the housing element.
Is it the housing element? Do you have any direction?
So I'll give you comments because I started all at the planning commission. I'll just tell you that. I've been doing planning in this town for 40 years. So I've been doing the planning process since 1977 with the county. So I've been involved in development. Saw Ridgemark develop, probably issued most of the permits up there. But you know, I came to the city in 87 and there was this process called the numerical limit. So the way back in 87, they were planning, and I'll tell you what, folks, planning is not politics. We would do a plan, we would ask for them to lower the numerical limit to 350 units. That was your whole planning director of 20 years, Ray Henrington. He would go every year and try to get that lowered down and lowered down. And every year he'd come in Tuesday morning, dragging his butt saying, well, we lost again. So none of this poor planning stuff is not planning. The planners can lay it out there all they want, and it's in the hands of the politicians. So that's why I get irritated when everybody criticizes planning. We're not the end of the road. The council is the end of the road. The planners here have been honest. I've been on the planning commission 7 years now, off and on, and I've done nothing but enjoy it. And you know, this town's gonna grow. What did you think when it's sitting right next to San Jose? It's very important that we incorporate this planning in our housing element. The sphere of influence is very, very important to us. Frankly, the city limits need to push out. That's how you get the most control. This is how you plan for facilities. You got a master plan for all of your utilities, sewer, water, storm drain. Those are all up to date. This fallacy of our sewer plant being overused is not. It's not there yet. It's not going to be there for a long time. It was always intended for a regional plant. I didn't like it in the beginning, but I had to change because all indications was coming that it was going to be more regional than it ever was just going to be for Hollister. So my comment is,
when we're getting a little off topic.
Okay,
so
sorry.
let's stick with that.
So when you get 30,000 new homes,
Hey, you're
you
not
can
ready,
thank her
sir.
for trying to find,
You're out of order,
And-
sir. This is a warning.
adding to your city sphere of influence.
yes, I believe in planning. I believe in long-range planning. You have to be prepared. You cannot get caught at the end.
We're still a little off topic, Carol. Can we bring
Okay,
it,
planning.
can we bring it back to the housing element and direction for the
Okay.
housing element and what we would like to do?
Well, I think the direction that's in your staff report is okay. I agree with the changes that are being proposed for the housing element, for the rezones.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
anything else for planning commission as far as direction?
I would just like to make sure that the zones that are being changed, but it's very clear in the documentation, the presentation we got, we just had these maps that are really zoomed out, and so we don't listen. It would be good to have the information very apparent.
And is there in
Yes.
document?
In the final document, there'll be lists of APNs, there'll be clear maps, it'll say all of that data. And tonight, the goal was to kind of present that at this preliminary stage and make sure we're not drafting a document you guys aren't ready to see. But we've also, as you know, been in line with the general plan process, so we were hopeful that this would go like this. You've seen the proposals in the general plan for trying to keep both documents aligned.
So I think we have some consensus for actually bringing it ahead, and then we will bring back for discussions about whether we want to do either one of those. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks. All right, well, then, that was the end of our joint planning and council commission meeting. We're going to switch over then to the regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. The meeting is now called to order. It is 7:05 p.m. Councilmember Morales, could you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City clerk, could you please call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales, here, Councilmember Burns,
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister's special and regular meetings of December 4th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on December 1st, 2023 at 11:48 a.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2. And Mayor Casey, I would like to announce for those who came later, we are doing our pilot program tonight, starting that for translation, simultaneous translation interpretation. So there are signs posted around the chambers and also outside. If you would like to do that, and you can use your smartphone to scan the QR code, and there are instructions on that page. If you need any assistance or need a device, please contact us. Thank you.
Can we get a report out from city attorney on closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
All right, so before we begin, I'm going to just read out a little script for you. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council is more than willing to listen to comments from the public, this must be done at the appropriate time and should be done at the podium with the microphone so your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of this meeting. There cannot be interruption when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if behavior continues, you might be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members of the audience, depending on severity, it might be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. So I would like to ask you all for your courtesy and cooperation in this regard, so it won't be necessary for us to take any of those steps. Thank you. So we're going to begin with a recognition for Ken Lindsay. Ken, are you good?
Come on,
Come down again. I'll go to the podium.
So for my, since I've been elected, this is probably the most honorable and special thing that I've done. He's done so much for our city. He's been so quiet about it. He's such a humble man. He's helped businesses to become what they are. You know, it's your vision. It's, to me, it's you have Colonel Hollister, self-proclaimed Colonel Hollister. You have Ken Lindsay as far as development. So it's my honor to give a certificate of recognition awarded to Ken Lindsay in recognition of your long-term commitment to our community The city of Hollister thanks you for your many years of support and the goals of the Hollister Minutes forever and economic development in the Hollister community. Thank you so much.
This really means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. I started here in Hollister in 1980. And well, actually 79 is when I first started developing the Hollister Business Park. But one thing that's been consistent throughout all the years has been, I feel like the Hollister is a family to me that have lots of city managers and staff and councils come and go. But they've all been amazing to work with. I think we're on a great roll. We have some, new city managers grew up here. And it's a lot like family, and I very much appreciate the recognition. Thank you so much.
Okay. We have a couple of items, which I think there's a number of people here for, so we're going to move them forward. Item F1 will be heard next, followed by E1. So item F1 is resolution number 2023-248. Consider.
Madam Mayor, sorry, can we have a discussion? I think you have to get consensus before moving the items forward on the agenda without checking with the rest of the council on that.
Under Rosenberg's rules of order, if consensus isn't needed by the mayor, but I was welcome to get it if you like.
So just can you give us a second to look over these items, because that was.
Sure.
There was item F1.
Item F1 and item E1.
I see item F1. What is item E1? Remind me.
E1 is the
Inclusionary housing. Good. My suggestion would be this, that we take the consent. I was gonna pull item.
I'm sorry, we're not gonna do consent right now. We're gonna move these items.
Well, I
forward.
think we have to get consensus from the council as well.
No, actually, she just said no. I'm sorry.
Peter Rosenberg's the mayor runs the meeting. You can get consensus if you would like, mayor, but under Rosenberg's, you have the authority.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm asserting the authority. I just want to move forward. Then we'll get to the consent. So for item F1, resolution number 2023-248, consider and adopt a resolution of the city council of the city of Hollister adopting a community workforce agreement to be executed for all future public works projects in excess of $250,000. City manager, I think that's the staff report to you.
Okay, so for this item, this is the community workforce agreement that it goes part and parcel with the purchasing policy item that you will be voting on later this evening as part of the consent calendar. When we had the initial discussion of the purchasing policy, we did provide a sample of this agreement. This is a very similar document. It's just tailored to the city of Hollister, but really the substance is the same. This aligns with the discussions we had in the presentation that we gave a few meetings ago. And so basically, when we have the discussion, this will tie it all back in. So this outlines how we will work with the Santa Clara County, San Benito County building trades, and then how we operationalize the community workforce component and the local hire component. That is through working with our free apprenticeship programs, as well as the free job conferences that we would undertake when a public works project is awarded. So I can answer any questions you may have, but it's much in alignment with the previous discussion.
Councilmember Resendez with questions.
So if you're here for the building construction trades unions and you live in Hollister, can you raise your hand, please? Thank you. Thank you for coming out here tonight. Thanks for taking part in your political process. I appreciate you guys. My second question is, it's my understanding that there was a political action committee that funded thousands of dollars to two campaigns up here. Do we know how much of that money by these political action committees out of San Jose and Alameda were given to the campaigns of Dolores Morales and the Mayor Mia Casey?
I'm not sure that's really on.
Well, I'm asking them a question.
I'm
And I'd like
speaking
for,
to the city attorney, is this off topic if it is related to the neighbor agreement with building?
Yeah, it should be related to the agenda.
it is related. If I can get an answer to my question, I'm happy to make that.
I would disagree with that, so.
No,
And
I have, no, ma'am.
I think we should take a consensus.
My question is, should these two ladies be voting on this item when they funnel thousands of dollars from the construction building trades
This
unions?
is not a.
On this
political farm,
item.
Sir, you're out of
So, Mayor, I'll answer the question.
Please.
Conflicts are personal to each council member. If council member feels there's a conflict, my recommendation is they contact the FPPC for a written opinion, because if challenged, that's all the council member will be able to rely on, is the written opinion of the FPPC. So I am not the person to say yes or no, they have a conflict. That's personal to each council member.
And how do we get the information as to how much money these political action committees from the unions gave to these campaigns?
Yeah, I think that's beyond the Form 700, but again, you could contact the FPPC.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions about the resolution?
That concludes my questions.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions. I do have a recommendation that I'll reserve your comment. Very thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to add a little context. It's the Form 460, and that is available online.
Councilmember Burns.
Ready to approve.
Yes, Mayor. Do you have any
No,
questions?
First, thank you for everyone for showing up. We really appreciate your time. And I'm very excited to have this, not only a part of the procurement policy, but actually a formal agreement that will help our community and economic development. Would support our community in terms of our safety net.
Sorry, are we asking a question or giving a comment at this time? And are we asking questions?
She's thanking them just like we did, so please.
Thank you very much for your time. No further questions.
I'd like to thank you all for coming out as well. I don't have questions at this point. Can we go to public comment, please?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we currently have 11 speakers for this item. The first speaker is Rod Smalling, to be followed by Niels Ash.
Hey, Mayor, hey, councilman, gentlemen, thank you. I want to tell you, you've got your community. And how proud they are to bring this community workforce agreement in front of your town, your community. That's what you should be proud of. For working men and women in your community, working on projects in your community. Thank you. Hear that?
The next public speaker is Niels Ash, to be followed by Tony Garcia.
And if we could just refrain from calling out, just want to keep this.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you all. This is really important. I'm a member of the community and I represent about 1,000 operating engineers that live in this community that commute. A community workforce agreement will allow the members of this community to stay in the community and work here with local hire requirements, and not to mention apprentice manning, right? Our future is in our youth, and our youth is commuting to another community to spend money in another community. Keep them here. Recommend we improve this.
The next public speaker is Tony Garcia, to be followed by Patrick Boileau.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Tony Garcia. I'm a business agent, operating engineer at Local 3. I represent the members that live in Hollister And they would be very thankful for you if you pass this CWA, so they can work, as Neil said, in the community that they live, instead of driving hours away. And I just wanted to throw out there, the Hollister High School project that was done, right? The contractor on that, Block Construction, the union employer, they hired all union subcontractors. That project came out awesome. So I thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
The next public speaker is Patrick Lulu, followed by Jay Atencio.
Good evening, Patrick Boyle, Deputy Local Director for Operating and Financial Trade. I'm asking you to, urging you to, approve this measure. I wanted to highlight particularly, something that in this community workforce agreement, that the unions are trying to do. And that is bring more underrepresented people into our apprenticeship programs. That's at-risk youth, that is former foster youth, that is, folks who are homeless, that recently have been homeless, or in danger of being homeless, and that's U.S. veterans. I want to specifically talk about veterans. I'm a veteran myself. I served during the Global War on Terror. And when I was demobilized from the United States Navy and ended up here on the beach, like many veterans, I was a little bit lost. I found my way, and I found my way into the unions and into the role I have now. This community workforce agreement gives an opportunity for veterans like me, as well as those other underserved populations, to find that meaning in their lives and get an opportunity to better their lives. So I'm urging you to pass this community workforce agreement tonight. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Jay Atencio, followed by David Beanie.
Thanks for having me. My name is Jay Atencio. I work for NCIC, it's a Northern California Construction Compliance Group. It analyzes public works projects throughout the state. My area covers Hollister, and ratifying the CWA would help benefit, make my job a lot easier, because I don't have to look for a bunch of scumbags doing work. And that's why I'd like to urge you to do it, so we can keep good contractors and good people working.
The next public speaker is David Beanie, followed by Casey Vanderheuvel.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, Vice Mayor Morales, council members. As the Executive Director for the Building Trades Council, I represent the unionized construction workforce here in San Diego County. First, I want to commend the staff for their work on this item. I've written dozens of these agreements over the years with entities both public and private. I'd like to recognize that the city manager, Mirione, he has a depth of knowledge and subject matter on community workforce agreements in particular that made our discussions extremely smooth. Mr. Mirione was able to articulate the needs of the city clearly and concisely, and I believe we were able to meet those needs together in this agreement. You will hear from several speakers tonight about the benefits of the CWA for Hollister. For myself, I'd like to thank you for bringing this matter forward and for ensuring that your constituents have the opportunities that will provide them with family supporting healthcare, real retirement security. Your vote to adopt a CWA means that public construction dollars will support local families and the local economy. This is going to directly benefit the residents of Hollister, including the taxpayers, because construction will be on time and on budget, saving precious tax dollars. I appreciate you for coming to these chambers regularly, making sure that the residents of Hollister, many of which are members of my organization, have a great city to follow on. I ask that you approve this community workforce agreement tonight so that we can continue improving Hollister together. I just want to ask for a moment, everybody who is here to support this item, please stand up. So we do have several speakers lined up tonight. I've asked a couple others just to stand down just for tonight because I know you've got a heavy agenda, but I wanted you to see we're all here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Casey Vanderheuvel, followed by Erica Valentine.
Good evening, council. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for moving this forward. Because as you see, a lot of these construction workers have to get on the road early in the morning. And we know last time this took until what, 11 o'clock, right? So, as you can see, we have apprentices. Sheet metal 104, can you stand up? You got our two guys right here. We got the wall back there. And these are the apprentices that you're gonna be benefiting. If you want a road to union apprenticeship, if you want those apprenticeships to turn into high-paying skilled careers, and if you want those high-paying skilled careers to turn into a great retirement, a livable retirement, a life's retirement, with family health care and also representation on the job site, this engine is going to be the community workforce pyramid. This is the way we get our local residents the benefits they need and guarantee those benefits. I appreciate you so much. I just one last time say, these are the guys you are affecting right now. These are the guys you're fighting for. So let's do it and let's pass this. And if we do pass this, please grant me a chance to take a picture with these guys with you. Appreciate it.
The next public speaker is Erica Valentine, to be followed by Mark Google.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Valentine. I'm a member of UA Local 393. We have 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR technicians in our union. First, thank you, Mayor and City Council, to listen to us to support this decision. We are all here today. I ask all my members to stand behind me and stand up while I finish. We're here today because our members have been living, working, and building in Hollister for over 118 years. I commend all of you to take this item up because in executing this, you'll take a manner for the future, the longevity and quality of life for residents, the future that will ensure the residents that have lived here for decades will have the opportunity to continue to do so because they're able to work and live and build where they live rather than sitting in traffic for hours, each way to seek out earning wages elsewhere. It will provide longevity with economic growth that will be fostered by allowing people to live and work and support the local businesses of this community. It will provide quality of life by cutting down the time of traffic that's devastating and debilitating. It will also allow our families in this community and children's ability to access simple things like grocery stores or healthcare within a timely manner. Today, I ask that each of you support the future of Hollister by supporting the community workforce agreement. Thank you for your consideration and please pass this. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mark Google, followed by Danny Mangan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Mark Lubell. I'm a business representative for the Heat and Frost Insulators Local 16 in Northern California, Western Nevada. We have a whopping 700 members and approximately a dozen of them live here in this area. Unfortunately, 2 of them work in the refineries in Contra Costa and they get up at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, go to work and get home 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. We'd love it if they could work in the area. These community workforce agreements benefit everybody. They benefit the workers, they benefit the city. I cover 17 counties in my jurisdiction alone. I don't live in Hollister, sorry, a beautiful town, but everywhere I go, these agreements pass. Contra Costa, almost every city on the East Contra Costa, or West Contra Costa, I'm sorry, it has a PLA except for 2 at this time. They work. They wouldn't keep doing them if they don't work. They keep members close to their homes, and the enforcement that is involved with the unions. Even if a non-union contractor bids a job and gets on the job, we represent them. We represent the workers, and that's all we do. Do we give money to political action funds? Occasionally we do. Everybody here, but there are laws and rules about taking money, and the people that we support our basic goals and our needs. And that's why we support them, not because they take our money. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Danny Mangan, followed by Serafine Lopez Jr.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Danny Mangan. I'm a organizer for Sprinkler Fitters Local 483 Union. I represent many members that live here in Hollister. My local is also an affiliate of the Building Trades Council that represents San Benito County. I'm here tonight to urge you to adopt this CWA, this constructive community workforce agreement for the city of Hollister. For many reasons, one of which is CWAs, they attract the better quality contractors. to be quite blunt, a lot of times the CWAs, they scare away the lower quality contractors, but the contractors that will, you know, cheat on wages, get lower cost material, have lower quality, work that's installed, which, you know, makes a job go less smooth. And a lot of times these contractors are scared away because of, the increased compliance standards that these projects are being monitored under. And so with a CWA in place in Hollister, projects will be done more efficiently and, you know, better opportunity where, public dollars aren't being stolen from workers. Also, you know, in a lot of CWAs, there's a local hire, provisions that, and that's what we want at the end of the day, right? We want people that, to work where they live, to be able to spend the hard-earned money that they make back into the city that they live annually. So, thank you for your time.
The next public speaker is Serafine Lopez Jr., followed by Frank Austin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Serafine Lopez Jr. I am a resident here in Hollister. I am a 5th-year apprentice with the local 332. This is the second time doing it. I went through the residential program. I graduated, so I'm ready to work for residential. So I did the commercial program. I'm now in my 5th year. Don't know much about money. What I know about is life. I coach my kids sports here in Hollister. I coached recreational with Tremors. My son, now he's with the another unit. Doing the travel. I coach my daughter, who plays for Hollister Heat. And this is my 2nd year doing it with her. I'm very involved in my community. I love Hollister on this sense, but this past year, I almost had to turn down coaching because I couldn't get here by 5 o'clock to coach my kids. And that was a big deal to me. My purpose in life for my kids is to be there for them as much as I can. That's my point. A local has provided that for me to be able to move here. I'm not I guess a native Hollister. When I did the residential program, my first house was in Alliance. So you can imagine between that. Now, after 2 years of living in Alliance, the house has went from 500,000 to 890,000. And that's the right thing. So able for me to give my kids the amount of time it's taking me 4 hours out of my day to get to work, rush back to work, just to provide them a couple hours of time, whether it be coaching or seeing that they're going to do it. So for me, for this to pass would not just, I mean, I'm not the only one that's like this. There's other members that are like this as well. And for me, my local has given me a lot for me, myself, my family, my wife, my kids, and all those around me. So to pass this would be a godsend. So I'd be able to spend more time with my kids, more time with the community. It's not just about me and my kids. I do coach other kids, and I'd be able to give them more time. So to me, to pass this, it would not just help me, it would help the community, it would help the residents here of Boston. Thank you.
The next speaker is Frank Austin, followed by Maureen Nelson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Frank Austin. I'm a member of UA Local 303. We represent nearly 3,100 members in the Santa Clara and San Benito counties. We have several hundred members that live directly here in Hollister. Tonight, I'm here to speak in support of the community workforce agreement for contracts that exceed over $200,000. Tonight, I'm here to ask each of you to vote for community workforce agreement to ensure that the residents of Hollister have access to healthcare benefits that everyone deserves. The community workforce agreement ensures that the money that is spent on projects within your community pays the workers' prevailing wage and provides benefits that everybody should have access to. I have children and I want the very best for them, which I'm sure many of you do as well, and you want the same for them. The very best for our children and for all of us requires that we do everything we can to ensure that every person has access to health care when they need it.
This means a person is able to see the doctor when they're sick or has a broken arm. This means that they're able to get treatment during the surgery or cancer or any other disease that they may have and need health care or medicine for. I want the residents that live here in Hollister for decades now to have so many, to have the same that so many others in their surrounding cities have. I want for Hollister residents in the community what everyone else deserves. A job that pays a prevailing wage and the access to health care benefits. Please support the community workforce agreement so that everybody has the ability to earn a fair wage and provide much needed medical benefits for the families.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, to be followed by Ron Chesser.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, council members. My name is Maureen Nelson. I appreciate the opportunity for all people to be able to work and to be able to work within their community. So I support the unions. But what I'm here to say tonight is that many weeks ago, at the city council meeting, I spent many hours waiting for a turn to get up to speak about a subject matter that was on the agenda, that was requested to be moved forward, that was stated that we could not change the agenda, that we could not move it forward. So we were, I appreciate that they have been able to be moved forward. I respect them, but I think that I would respect their council.
This is not off topic. You move the item forward. She should be allowed to speak.
I'm stating my support for the union, for the workers. I respect their time. I also respect my time. So I just wanted to state that if we are able to move agendas forward, it should be continual and consistent throughout. Thank you for your time.
The next public speaker is Ron Chesser, followed by Paul Gutierrez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Ron Cheshire, and I'm a voice for IBW Local 234, Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. Over the last 20 years, a good part of my time has been spent in creating and nurturing free apprenticeship programs. You have something here this evening that's very near and dear to my heart. You have a provision to go ahead and include the Tri-County free apprenticeship, the apprenticeship preparation program as part of your addendum in regards to recruiting local individuals into the construction trades and apprenticeships. I don't have anyone here to show you this evening. I represent those young people, the disenfranchised, the disadvantaged communities, the veterans, the women of your community that need an opportunity for a better life. And that's what we've been working on. For 6 years, I've been over here in your community and working with the Workforce Development Board of the county. And I am so glad to see that this has been included this evening. Community workforce agreements are very beneficial to your communities because it does provide for a decent wage, decent benefits, good working conditions, and a right for workers to air their grievances. Well, think of the young people that you're going to be recruiting into this program over the years. I don't have them here with me this evening, but they will come. And there's no better way for you as a government to have the power to basically create opportunities for your community members. And you're doing it here. You don't ever let anyone dissuade you that you aren't doing it. This is the best thing you can do. Create those opportunities within your community for the benefit of your community members. So thank you very much.
The next public speaker is Paul Gutierrez, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Hello, council. My name is Paul Gutierrez, and I'm the business manager of IBW Local 234. We are the electrical workers union for Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. Community workforce agreements are a powerful tool for cities like Hollister. They ensure that local projects provide good paying jobs and opportunities for our community. These agreements prioritize the local community, which means that when we build or improve Hollister, the economic benefits stay right here. Moreover, these agreements support apprenticeship programs, it's like Ron had talked about, which are critical in preparing our future workforce. Apprentices gain hands-on experience while earning a living wage, setting them up for long-term success in their careers. This is not just about jobs, it's about sustainable careers and a skilled workforce for your city's future. In summary, community workforce agreements represent a commitment to local growth, fair wages, and the development of skilled workers. These are the building blocks of a strong and prosperous Hollister, benefiting all who live here. I ask for a yes vote, and thank you for your attention.
The next public speaker is Andy Shockhorn.
Good evening. I'm speaking as a person who was a union steward for 25 years in 2 different unions, SEIU Local 1000 and the Poplar Valley Federation of Teachers. Negotiated numerous contracts, was the chair of the statewide bargaining team for all teachers in all 3 agencies. And I'm speaking actually in favor of the community workforce agreement. I think a big part of the problems in our nation is the lack of union density. That is, the percentage of people who are unionized in the country. We have one of the lowest union densities of any country in the industrial world. And that's part of why conditions are so harsh in our country in terms of healthcare, in terms of benefits, in terms of the rights of working people. And I think it's a good thing for the city to move forward and insist upon union workers working on these projects for the city. I have differences sometimes with unions in terms of their agendas. If they're, I don't think the answer to Hollister is aggressive growth. Just like when I was in the prison system, I didn't agree with the prison guards when they aggressively wanted to grow the prison system. I didn't think that was particularly of benefit either, any more than if I found out that firefighters were aggressively looking to have more fires put out. But I do think it's a good thing that when you do projects that the city is involved in, that you have unionized workers doing it effectively.
Those are all the public speakers for this item.
All right, so let's bring it back to council. This is council deliberation. Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Number one, again, thank you all for being here tonight. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. This is important that you guys are engaged, whether we're on the same side of the issue or not on the same side of the issue. It really warms my heart to see you all here tonight. In particular, those of you that live in this community that are feeling the quote unquote growing pains of our community. A couple of notes also. So the gentleman who spoke and said that you do give money to politicians. I just want to thank you for your honesty about that. I have some particular issues with that. The people that spoke and said that you're here, you don't live here, but you're a paid organizer. I appreciate you being transparent about that as well. The gentleman who said it scares people away that are not, I forget what the exact verbiage was, but you're right. I do have particular issues with that. One of the other speakers said she supports all workers. I support all workers and opportunity for everyone. If you were to decide and you live here in Hollister to branch off on your own and you wanted to do work, but you're not at the place where you can actually unionize yet or pay or do all of these some of these things, then I'm afraid that it might stifle your opportunity and shut out the opportunity of other local contractors who live and work here that are not quote unquote ununionized yet. We do pay prevailing wage, but what I particularly have a dislike of is when any special interest gives money to politicians. It's essentially a bribe in return for a favor. And this council has done that, not just with unions, not just with the building trades and construction unions in Alameda and San Jose, but with developers. So when you're sitting in traffic and you're not home with your families, that's one of the reasons why, because people pay politicians for a return to something. I'm a teacher, and before that, I was a nurse. Am I in the union? Yes. Do I support the union? 100%. I don't even own a home here because I have a 13-year-old child who, again, I'm prioritizing her interests and her needs by trying to be here as much as possible. And I don't make a lot of money at all, but I have an obligation and responsibility to represent all of my constituents on the west side of Hollister in particular, who come and benefit from unions. Do I support unions? 1,000,000%. Do I support special interests giving money to politicians? Not at all. And for that reason, and for the other reason I stated, I will not be supporting this resolution tonight. Thank you again for coming.
Please don't yell, thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, that was a spoiler alert. I would like to first of all say it's about time. It's way overdue in my opinion. And I would be pleased and proud to make a motion to support this. I would also suggest or ask that council consider reducing the threshold from $250,000 to $150,000. But either way, I support this 100%. Thank you.
Right.
Well, just to clarify on that, so by taking the items out of order, I just want to be very clear. You have not voted on the second reading of the ordinance, which calls for this item. So if you were to ask for that to be reduced, that would be something that you would need to pull that item from consent and amend that item, which would reset it back to the beginning of that process. So that's just to be clear.
We can bring it back if needed, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Burns.
Ready to vote.
Vice Mayor. Before ready to vote. So I just had a couple things. One is, one of the things I learned in looking at our demographics of the community side of the county, our construction workers are actually one of the biggest groups that does. So this makes sense in a lot of ways. If we can get you working in the community and home with your families, so you can be there at dinner time instead of long after, I think it's very valuable. I'm also, I worked in the community college system for like a decade, and the career technical programs there, where I worked, there was a connection between the union groups and these programs, and I saw firsthand what it did for the students. So this whole process, I just think it's beneficial in so many ways. And the last thing I just want to say is, I know that people like to be political up here and like to make a lot of remarks, but I want you all to understand that I am the daughter of a union carpenter who worked and built half of San Jose. I'm a product of, I'm one of those working families. So no matter who did what or gave what, I am a union supporter. I've always been since I was little. And to me, it's a little insulting to imply that I would do anything for money, but I believe that's why they would support me, because I'm a union person. So that's all I have to say about that. I think we're ready for it.
Yeah, can I just make one comment, real quick?
Very quickly.
Look around this room and look from our perspective. Union workers, we got some my age. But look at all the young men here. Each one of them's got probably got family on the way. Proud of you guys. Proud of you guys for being men. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, but I'd also like to request that it be a roll call vote.
Yes. Okay. Do we have a second motion to support? Okay, can we get a roll call to the city clerk?
Councilmember Perez,
Definitely.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Burns,
Heck, yes.
and Mayor Casey.
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passes 4.
I believe there was a request to take a picture.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Apprentices came here on their own time, they'd love to show you guys some work, just like you support that. All right, guys.
We can take like a 10-minute break and you all want to. That's right.
Come on, see, let's go.
See where the light.
He left, right? I think he did. He got all his stuff. Do you want me to go look?
I think we're gonna get this started. If you could all take your seats. All right, going to move on to item E1. Ordinance number 1243, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving zoning ordinance amendment 2023-4 to adopt chapter 1736, inclusionary housing program.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. This item is, as mentioned, a zoning ordinance for adopting the inclusionary housing program, which is supposed to be chapter 1736 of our municipal code, our zoning ordinance. I will see and apologize tonight, our police works representatives who are working on this ordinance, which I aren't able to attend, so it's myself. But I've heard it before and I've heard it before, so I should be able to answer your questions. So I'll start with just some background on the ordinance process and how we have led to today, which is the first reading of draft ordinance. So briefly, inclusionary housing ordinance is essentially the city adopting requirements which would mandate that new development projects for residential development provide a certain percentage of affordable housing within their proposal. And it does establish a percentage of those market rate developments to be affordable. And they are tailored to our local market conditions, and we look at the city and our needs and our desires of development when building out the ordinance requirements. And this initially came about in the city of Hollister as a proposal by our general plan advisory committee during the general plan update process, and it was moved forward through the planning commission and city council, and was recommended by the city council to move alongside and ultimately ahead of the general plan update, despite it being also a proposed policy in the general plan update. It was felt that it was important to get started and keep working on incorporating this into our ordinance as soon as possible. And it's also important to note that an inclusionary housing ordinance is just one tool in the kind of affordable housing toolbox. There are a lot of other tools that communities use to promote and incentivize and help develop affordable housing in the community. This is just one tool that communities can use. So back in 2022, at the January 18th meeting, the council gave direction to staff to develop an ordinance that would apply to both single family and multifamily development. At the time, there was no direction on a minimum project size. The tenure was to apply to both for sale and rental housing developments. So all types of proposals would be required to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance. It was proposed to be a citywide ordinance, so not directly in perhaps like downtown or any specific area, it would apply to all development in the community. And at the time, the direction was a 20% affordable requirement in the ordinance, and there was no desired alternative compliance, which we'll discuss what that means a little bit later. And just as a reminder to the council, as mentioned, there is a draft general plan action, which is action L 3.1 to adopt this inclusionary housing ordinance to include 20%. And the spread was 7% very low, 7% low income, and 6% moderate income. In March of 2023, we took a review of the financial feasibility analysis before the planning commission. We studied in the analysis 5 development prototypes based on that 20% requirement. That was our direction. And it came about from that financial feasibility analysis that in order to make a project financially feasible, for sale projects would need to be offered and allowed in the ordinance a 56% local bonus. So that goes above and beyond a state density bonus that would have otherwise been applicable as well. And similarly for rental projects, the feasibility analysis showed that a 15% additional local bonus would be required. So the draft ordinance had that 7, 7, and 6 split across very low, low, and moderate. And it does accommodate for additional affordability, so lower or higher, depending on how you look at it, restriction on affordability, but it doesn't account for a greater. So that's where that kind of very low, low, or moderate, or very low, or low. The ordinance is intended to not eliminate the possibility of like 100% affordable low income project or very low income project if that was proposed. In the draft ordinance in 2023 or earlier this year, I suppose, we're not quite there yet. There was an in-lieu fee option for rental projects only because we were proposing above 15% rental, so that's a requirement in state law. And there was the allowable state and local bonus as described on the slide, and there was no other alternative compliance proposed. The planning commission did recommend approval of that ordinance, and the city council heard a first reading of the draft ordinance on May 1st of this year, where we again reviewed that financial feasibility analysis and the draft ordinance. And at that meeting, the council directed us, after getting feedback from the community, that the 20% requirement would be a constraint, and there was a direction to reduce those that percentage. There was concerns about the resulting density coming from that local bonus addition to our standard density, as well as the state density bonus that could be applicable. So there was concerns about that density in building form. And we were directed to host an interactive and bilingual community workshop. Other than City Hall, we did one at that hall. And then also have an additional study session with the city council following that community workshop. So the ordinance was continued from the main meeting until all of this outreach was completed. So staff did hold the inclusionary workshop on August 3rd over at Vets Hall. And I believe we had about 20 people attend in person and another 16 or so attend online. There was Spanish translation available. This is an image of the Spanish flyer that we released. And some of the results that we've had from a worksheet that we gave to all the participants of the workshop was that there was a desire in the community to reduce that 20% down to 15% and to allocate, as the ordinance already had proposed, a proportion higher to very low and low income. There wasn't really a consensus from the participants of the community on how in-lieu fees should or should not be applicable. And the community was generally supportive of alternative compliance options in the ordinance, as well as prioritizing on-site affordable housing. So back on September 11th, we came before the city council at a study session to discuss the ordinance and the August 3rd workshop and received final direction from the city council so we could finalize the ordinance and bring it back before you. And the direction from the council at September 11th was to reduce the requirement to 15% and remove that local bonus requirement that was resulting from the required feasibility analysis. Maintaining a 10-unit project minimum, so it would apply to projects of 10 units or more. To maintain that it was applicable both to for sale and rental housing development projects. The council directed us to not include it in the alternative compliance option, to not include land dedication as an alternative compliance option, and to not include offsite construction as an alternative compliance requirement. So there was no alternative compliance directed. Now, following the September 11th meeting, staff did receive an email first, and then we had a formal letter from a representative from the Builders Institute, the BIA, and they cited these two sections of the government code for staff to review. And we have reviewed, so the first section, I'll just read them for you, is section 65850, and it's that inclusionary housing ordinances that includes requirements for rental projects, both shall provide alternative means of compliance that may include but are not limited to in lieu fees, land dedication, offsite construction, or acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units. And the other section that was cited by the representative was section 65589.8, which states that a local government which adopts a requirement that a housing development contain a fixed percentage of affordable housing units shall permit a developer to satisfy all or a portion of that requirement by constructing rental housing at affordable monthly rents. So staff did review this comment, and we do believe that our ordinance would require the following, or require these two things. So the first, in summary, is that if there's a for sale development project and you're requiring let's say 15% affordable housing, you cannot require them to be 15% for sale. You have to offer an option for them to provide those 15% as a rental product. And then the second is that if you are requiring, i.e. adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance, you do need to, actually I had that backwards from the thing. You do need to provide at least one means of alternative compliance. So the current draft ordinance is in line with both the direction of the city council, but also taking into consideration that we do need to consider at least one form of alternative compliance. And staff has provided an alternative compliance option, which I'll describe on the right, but just so you know the general gist of the rest of the ordinance, it is proposed to be a 15% inclusionary housing requirement across all tenures and type of units. And the proposed split, as recommended by the council, was 7% very low, 5% to either very low or low income, and 3% very low, low income or moderate income. There is a 10-unit minimum where the ordinance would come into effect. And there is currently no in lieu fee option for rental or for sale projects. The alternative compliance option that staff is recommending to you was based on our review of the direction and the intent of what was heard by the council and the community, which is a requirement to rehabilitate and acquire existing units to convert them to affordable units. So that would mean that the developer would purchase or somehow otherwise acquire the same or a greater number of units or based on bedroom count of their 15% requirement and make them available, and there are provisions of the ordinance for ensuring that people are not displaced, ensuring that a third party provides a report and analysis of any rehabilitation needs for those units. And then those units would come online onto the market as restricted affordable units, and they would not build on-site affordable units. That would be their alternative. So that's the number two, the big one. And then the first one is what I talked about with allowing for sale projects to provide their inclusionary required units as rental units. Now, staff did review kind of three relatively common also, or other alternatives that are alternative compliance that are common in other cities. Also mentioned in the state law as, you know, maybe, but it's not limited to these types of alternatives. And we are not recommending inclusion based on the direction we received, because the first one that we considered was in lieu fees. So this would mean that the developers pay a fee established by the city council for each unit, and then they would not construct the units. The city would collect those units. The ordinance would be to outline how those can be spent and what they can be spent on. But there was concerns that this this allows developers to avoid building on site, which was a strong consideration of the council in the direction where there was a desire for units to be built on site and to be dispersed throughout the community. So this would allow them to avoid building on site because they would not be constructing units. Often also in lieu fees end up being insufficient to cover the costs of the city then developing those units into other means and expending those fees. And that's kind of doubly impacted by both inflation as well as the costs and time of having public development projects and processes over the private development process. The second alternative we considered and are not recommending at this time, including in the ordinance, was offsite affordable housing construction. Some of the concerns when we were reviewing the feedback that we heard was that this could potentially stifle the economic integration and creating those neighborhoods between affordable housing and market rate housing in the community. Offsite, you can select areas where perhaps land value is cheaper, and ultimately all of your offsite might go into that area, providing a concentration eventually of offsite housing. And it for that reason was inconsistent with the feedback that we heard from the community and from the council. And the third alternative we considered was land dedication. So this would mean that the kind of similar to offsite construction, but the developer would dedicate land to the city that would come under the city's control as an alternative to constructing affordable housing. And for similar concerns of potential integration and concentration, staff felt that this was not in line with the direction received from the council because it could promote again those pockets of affordable housing ultimately in the community. And it's also an indirect requirement that didn't result in units being built immediately. It would be some time. The city would come into ownership of the land, but we have to solicit a project. All of those things could end with the city having ownership of vacant land available for affordable housing, but ultimately not building and supporting housing. It is important to note that these three and our recommended acquisition and rehabilitation are not the only options. The city council can consider come up with any sort of alternative compliance option. We are required to have one, but we're not required. It's not outlined what alternative we are required to have. So this ordinance, as drafted with the recommendations and changes that were proposed in the previous slide, were taken to the planning commission at the November 16th meeting last month. And they considered the revised ordinance. They did ultimately adopt a resolution which recommended approval of the ordinance to the city council. However, your planning commission is recommending changing that percentage split to 5, 5, and 5. So they're recommending 5 very low, 5 low, and 5 moderate. Whereas the current ordinance, and I'll remind you again on the next slide, but I'll remind you now, 7, 5 is the proposal. Part of that was more common, and there was some feedback from the development community about very low being incredibly difficult to finance, but there was also support from the planning commission to increase the number of moderate units because the planning commissioners felt that very low and low income sometimes can receive more financial assistance from the state as far as grants or tax credits and those types of funding opportunities where they felt they weren't as available to moderate income housing. So your planning commission is recommending that modification to the ordinance by 5 and 5. The planning commission also recommended that staff prepare a comparison of nearby jurisdictions and inclusionary housing ordinance in a more formal way. Staff and Placeworks have done research on other ordinances, but we haven't done an outright formal kind of comparison. And so we did do that, and that was provided for your consideration as an attachment to this report. I think we were directed to review everything within 50 miles. I think we got 20 or so nearby jurisdictions, ranging from Monterey down south and all the way up into the Bay Area. In summary, the modifications to the draft ordinance from the May meeting where you originally had the first hearing or the first reading is that reduction in percentage from 20 to 15. And the draft ordinance included in your report maintains the city council's direction, which is the 7 very low, 5 low, 3 moderate. However, again, planning commission recommends a change to that particular section to 5, 5, and 5. The second change is in lieu fees are not permitted, and there's a proposed rounding methodology in the ordinance, which is to round up at a quarter. So if your affordable 15% results in a fractional fee, you would round up at 0.25, and less than that, you would round down and not provide a unit. We are proposing, again, that alternative compliance to allow for sale projects to construct the units as rentals as required by the state law. And then we are also proposing acquisition or rehabilitation of existing units as an alternative compliance option for your consideration. With that, the city council, I believe, has the following options, which is to introduce and adopt or introduce an ordinance to adopt chapter 1736 for the inclusionary housing program as drafted and schedule a second reading. I do believe you could also make minor modifications to the draft ordinance and still schedule that second reading. You could deny the proposed ordinance, or you could continue the hearing and give staff further direction for information and clarification. And we're recommending introduction of the ordinance tonight.
Questions from council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have some questions. First off, thank you again, and I'm just going to go on the record and say I did not have any conversations with any developers or the BIA regarding this inclusionary housing ordinance. We're supposed to declare that if you did, so I'm just putting it out there that I did not. So a couple of things, and we've already talked about this in previous meetings, but I think it's important. I think it's relevant. As far as Spanish-speaking residents, there were none at any of these meetings that asked for translation or that were present at any of these meetings. Is that correct?
No.
Yeah. Okay, so that is concerning to me, and maybe that's, I know we can only do so much, but I think we can probably do a little bit more to get them involved in the process. Because I think that generally speaking, a lot of the Spanish-speaking residents are impacted by this, and we have to do a better job of engaging them. For the in lieu, you're recommending, if you just go back to that one slide, you're recommending number 1 and then number 2 as an alternate. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
Is this the right slide or?
No, keep going where you said that the staff's recommendation. So you're recommending number 1?
Both.
You're,
so number 1 is to allow that for sale projects can do rental. So that is alternative compliance. So as drafted, if you're proposing a for sale project, the ordinance would require you to do 15% for sale. They require certain similarities in size and qualities of materials and construction of the units and same product types and mix. And so the ordinance as drafted would be 15% for sale on your for sale project, but the alternative compliance as required would mean that they could do 85% for sale and 15% of those could be for rent. There are still the requirements of similarities, but they would not be for sale. So that's the first.
Yes.
And the second is the acquisition rehabilitation.
And it's one or the other, right? I'm just confused on what, like, it could be both. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm okay with both of them. I just need a little bit of clarity. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but yes.
So and the planning commission was in favor of both of these as well?
Yes, they are recommending the ordinance as drafted, just the one things to the restrictions.
Okay. 5, 5, and 5. What happened there? How did we go from 7, 5, 3? So let's get, I just want to be very clear about this. We made a recommendation that 7% of them would be very low, 5% of them would be low, and then 3% would be moderate. How and who would make a recommendation that we should make it 5, 5, and 5 all across the board? So I heard you. You said that there was some recommendations from the BIA that the planning commission took into consideration to change that number. That's what I'm understanding. And what did everybody support that?
Yes, the planning commission unanimously is recommending that.
Was everybody there that night to vote on that?
Commissioner Steve Lalonde was not in attendance at that meeting, but the four, actually, it could have been 3-1.
Yeah.
I'll double check. But the planning commission as a body is recommending.
That is
It was
a no.
4. I watched the meeting. I thought it was 4, but yeah.
So that is a big no-no. We just had a presentation on how behind we are in affordable housing, and the planning commission just slipped a little fast one in there that's going to support the developers. So I'm completely okay with this. The alternatives, of course, I'd like for them to build it on site. Of course, I'd like for them to make the houses available for ownership. But my understanding is that's changed since we looked at the law and we have to offer these alternatives. They seem perfectly fine to me and I'm okay with that. But I have a huge problem with that 5, 5, 5. That is outrageous. I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson, if you have a question, you can ask it during public comment. So you can go ahead and fill out a card if you'd like to.
Right, Councilmember Burns, do you have questions?
I do, thank you, Mayor. So for the public's knowledge, originally, the previous council voted for 20% versus 15, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand state law could then be required to review it on a case-by-case basis or on an ordinance basis.
Yes, so any ordinance that proposes a requirement greater than 15%, which ours was at 20% as directed, does require the preparation of a financial feasibility analysis where you study whether your ordinance is restricting development of housing generally by providing too much of a strict requirement. So it does require that financial feasibility analysis. And that was what was prepared by Placeworks. And as you've heard from Greg Goodfellow in the past, that's somewhat of a backwards way of doing the financial feasibility analysis where you have a goal and to make it financially feasible. So that is where the original draft ordinance was coming to the this local density bonus of the requirement. Now with the direction of, so that was required at 20%. That feasibility analysis showed that it was not going to be feasible unless you allowed a higher density of development. So they can get more units and thus make it, make the numbers work. So when we received the direction from council on September 11th, it was to reduce that back to the 15% where the financial feasibility analysis is no longer required.
Thank you. So I for one like the 20, but call me a bit idealistic, but realistically, it feels like 15 is where we need to land with this word. And do we have any kind of a requirement currently?
For inclusionary? We do not.
No. So anything we do now will be more than we've had in the past and will be better than what we currently have. Does that sound right?
If you want affordability or affordable units to be built, then I would say that this is better than.
Okay. So assuming the council moves forward and approves this, what would it take for this council or another council to change it in the future?
So it would just be an ordinance amendment, so that's your typical ordinance amendment. Now, this is a controversial topic, and if you increase, you would likely have to do another financial feasibility analysis, but if you were proposing to decrease or proposing to change the requirements that didn't trigger that financial analysis, it would just be a matter of changing.
And would that require a majority or a super majority?
It's just a 3/5 vote to adopt it.
Okay. And so, in my district, we're in the final stages on the Ward Homes project off of Fairview, as I understand it. And it seems to me that they have kind of what we're talking about here, where originally, when the project was approved, I want to say 18, 20 years ago, whatever that was, when I was young, they agreed to do 50, but then to accelerate the project, they agreed to increase to 100 units, rental units. Is that what I understand?
Yes, and that project has a very complicated history, but
Telling me.
yeah, that it had I believe it had a 15%, and then it had just 33 moderate units, and then it ultimately has come to 33 moderate and 100, well, 50 very low, 50, so 133.
Wow, so the previous council was trailblazing, then when we were able to persuade them to increase those numbers without an ordinance.
Yeah.
It's okay to say yes.
Sure.
It is. So, I want to, understand the planning commission's rationale. I don't always agree with Councilmember Resendez, but I too have notes here about the 753, and I'm concerned about the 555. And just for clarification, I too have not talked with anybody in the development industry or the BIA about that trend going. And so, but I still have questions about this, and I didn't really hear a clear rationale to why those numbers were shifted, and I tend to want to support the planning commission. Matter of fact, this could be the first time I think maybe I have not in my tenure.
Sure, so as I understand what the conversation surrounded was, there was concern based on public comment that we received during the meeting, but also in a letter, that very low income units make development projects essentially unfeasible, really regardless, and especially on for sale projects. And so that was a strong concern, and the recommendation from the public speakers on that regard was to essentially eliminate the requirement at all, or eliminate it on for sale projects, or to provide a full alternative compliance for that portion, or full alternative compliance generally, so that really the very low less so, but really the very low and low were stated as being completely making development infeasible. And so the planning commission did take that into some consideration, but a lot of their conversation revolved around a desire for more moderate in the ordinance. Again, going back to that very low and low income developments, especially 100% affordable developments by your CHISPAs and your CSDCs, they often have alternative state level funding opportunities, and so can make those happen, can make those financially feasible for them to develop through state programs. And there was a concern by the planning commission that moderate income at that 80 to 120% AMI, and we talked about the AMI in our study session earlier, but we're at 140, 200. It's our median income, so you're looking at 80% of that to 120% of that for a family of 4. That affordability category, the planning commission felt was left out in those state programs to help develop those. So they wanted to increase the moderate percentage, and just felt that 555 was a fair split and a common, again, they did not have the comparison, but a common split, if you will, of the 50. It wasn't a bias once they decided that they wanted to support more moderate. It was coming from supporting more moderate and also hearing that very well may make development generally infeasible.
Great answer. Thank you. Just a couple more and then I'll be done there. I'm trying. And I want to go back to the 15% again. And so is 15% on the higher end of percentages that you found in the 50-mile radius, or is it on the lower? Where did you find that fell?
I would say that it was pretty common, although I did notice in my research, and I prepared the vast majority of that chart myself. And I did notice in my research that we do have quite some variation, as well as some interesting policies that propose above 15%, where they may propose 20%, and then they have their split that goes across, maybe has a higher percentage of moderate, but it's a higher overall percentage of that 20%. But then they may allow alternative compliance, if you will, where they'll reduce the overall percentage, let's say to 15 or 10%, but increase the affordability levels where maybe you require that 10% to be extremely low. So there was a diversity. 15% is somewhat common. It is common, but there was also a lot of nuance in the ordinances varying widely.
Thank you. Again, I'm pleased to hear that the depth of the work that you and your staff have done. And I guess my final question is, recognizing here and now, we are currently a council of 4. Yeah, I'm in support of everything, but maybe the 753. So if this council were to split on that number, what would happen? My understanding is it would not go forward, and my concern is would it then kill this?
Yeah, so if something different would have to come back before council. It couldn't be the same item and then Rosenberg's rules of order, and then if it fails, if it's a 2-2, it fails, and then the Rosenberg's rules of order as well.
I'm sorry, I just to clarify, there were 3 options given. One was to do it as written, one was to take into account the planning commission's recommendation, and then there was a third to just deny it.
Right, I think Councilmember Burns' question was what happens if any motion fails regarding this. Yeah.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you. I appreciate it. Great information. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. No, I think, thank you, Councilmember Burns. I think you answered, Thank you for your work. I don't have any questions. And I support the planning commission's recommendations. I want to say thank you to you. You did a great job. I'm really disappointed that they couldn't be here, or anyone from the Vice Works as our consultant, just to get more feedback. I did in prepping for this. I need to say this so that I don't. I got a letter from PIA talking about legal issues, and I wasn't sure if that was to the entire council, so I did forward it to our city attorney, city manager, in case they wanted to share it with the rest of the council. So that's the only contact I had. But anyways, I did watch the planning commission meeting just because I wanted to see what was said, and he actually had some really great information. And one of the things he did say was that there's like 200 or so cities that have these inclusionary housing. I don't know the exact number, but it's a couple hundred. And he said that over 90% have 15% as their number. So we're kind of in the vast majority there. I guess my question is, I also was kind of looking at inclusionary housing across the state, and whether we're doing 10, 15, or 20%. I noticed that a lot of the different cities offered multiple options. Does it encourage more affordable housing to do that, or not encourage it? I understand that the concern about, our housing element talked about not having housing end up in one area. We want to distribute it. So I guess my question is twofold. Does it encourage more housing, and will we end up with the pockets of development in the wrong places?
I don't know if I'm gonna have a good answer for you. Unfortunately, I don't really know. Our ordinance as proposed is certainly a relatively strict ordinance. However, it was an even stricter ordinance as directed at the September 11th meeting with no alternative compliance. And I think that there was valid reason from the council and from the community as to why they didn't want alternative compliance. We wanted the units to be built, and we wanted to see them come to fruition when we do see development. And I do understand the concerns of the development community that this may make projects not happen at all, because it's not useful. So there is definitely two sides to the coin. I couldn't tell you if having alternative compliance, in lieu, land mitigation, those types of things ultimately do result in more units being built, because again, that goes back to the city's, staffing levels in our housing, department to run those programs, to be able to recruit and build houses on land that we have, or to fund programs with the inclusionary fees that we do receive to ensure that in a timely fashion, those units get developed at as close to a 1-to-1 ratio as we could possibly imagine. So I do think that it's a community specific kind of nuance of whether their inclusionary ordinance is successful. So that's the answer that I think that we give.
Okay. I'm trying to think of any questions. I guess just one comment on, you did a good job talking about that split, because I recall there being a lot of discussion around it. The other thing that I didn't hear you mention is the moderate is, we talk about the workforce housing and the missing middle, and my understanding is that's what that moderate is. Is that?
I will say yes, that leans towards your median income falls into the moderate, right? That's 100% of the median income, which is obviously between 80 to 120%. Although I will just caution that oftentimes workforce housing, not often, but sometimes it also is an inclusionary housing category within the market rate that a local ordinance or a local region may prescribe, where it's like, let's say, for example, above 120, but let's say going up to 150%, where your ordinance might require a restriction in that category where it's not an affordable housing unit as a state defined affordable income category, but it's something where you might call it workforce housing because it's meeting that need in your specific community at a level where it's technically above moderate. So yes, moderate tends to the workforce, but sometimes workforce housing does have a different definition.
I just remember that being part of the conversation, which brings me to my last question. So with our union members, we do have to meet the moderate level. We're supposed to try to meet the moderate level. Did we in our last, I know we didn't do much in the way of the low and very low, but did we do any in the moderate area in the last cycle?
I would have to double check on the numbers of if we've done any. I can tell you that we did not meet it. And we did not meet any of the three, affordability categories in our fiscal cycle. I believe, and don't quote me on it, that I believe the only moderate restricted units that I'm familiar with off the top of my head are the very few that have been pulled for the West of 30 phase 2 prior to June 30th of this year.
Thank you. Yes, that's one of those.
Thank you, Mayor. One final question. In the event a builder, developer, contractor, project decides that they're gonna buy units that need to be rehabilitated, who decides on the scope of the work in those cases? Who's gonna? I've seen some pretty marginal substandard housing that seems to fly. Now, I'm not suggesting that would be the case, but do we have a safety valve in there to ensure who's going to be that person?
So as written, it would be a third party who would be hired. How we do contracts, let's say for CEQA, for environmental analysis, it would be the city as a lead agency reviewing or selecting through our RFP process, or if we end up having an on-call list for providers such as this, then that would be something we can use. But it also could be that the developer provides the report, and then we go through that review procedure at the city level, and once that report would become part of the project materials that are reviewed by the planning commission or city council for the project.
So then as a point person, could we dictate that the building official be that person that reviews that to ensure what the recommendations are or what the work would be?
We certainly could. I would hesitate to recommend that just to make sure it's not something, let's say, that I would be comfortable reviewing, right? So it might not be something that our building official would be the right person. That would be something we'd review when we're looking at it. And likely this is something where the city, as part of what we're working on separately, is also developing a list of kind of approved consultants where we go through an RFQ process as a city to come up with a qualified list of preparers of various types of documents. This could be one where the city pre-reviews the firms at the council level. And then if the person or the developer proposes to use one of those firms that we reviewed to be qualified, then that would be a report we could accept. If they go somewhere else, then we go on a peer review basis.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one follow-up. Seems to me we have some housing that if it isn't rented within a defined period of time, then it rolls back to market level. Is there a way to ensure that that doesn't happen in these instances if this council moves forward in this direction?
Tell me if I'm wrong, city attorney, I can't go here. Are you referring to the Western Fairview agreement for it?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, yes, we can ensure that that doesn't happen. As part of this ordinance, every housing developer will ultimately come with a housing agreement that goes before the council and outlines the terms of that particular development, the particular units, how they'll be allocated, those types of things. And that particular project, those are the terms of that agreement that was built back in 2000. So that would be something that if the council didn't want, you wouldn't put it in your housing agreement.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm done, man.
I just have any questions. I think we're done with the questions. Could we go to public comment, please?
Mayor, if you could open the public hearings.
Oh, sorry. Opening the public hearing, it is 8:45.
And Mayor Casey, we have 5 speakers for this item. The first speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Hi everyone, my name is Bella Rosales. I'm here today on behalf of Hollister Guardians, a nonprofit that aims to improve the quality of life for Hollister residents. So there's a consensus among our group that we need more affordable housing. We've all stated that at one point or another. The only one who's actually taking action on that is Councilmember Roland Resendez. So I'm concerned about this resolution because it actually reduces affordable housing from 20% to 15%. So how can we say that we need more affordable housing than vote to reduce the amount? It's kind of unbelievable. So was it all just talk? Someone who is true to their word would vote no. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
Yeah, on this issue of the reduction from 20% to 15%, in the previous discussion about the unionized work, we talked about the fact that you could bring in good employers who would come and meet the standards of hiring union workers. Well, you could also start thinking about whether you want to have good developers come to San Benito County. There's going to be tremendous desire to do building here. And just because some of the folks that are here want to really extract a lot more money than others, why don't you go looking for companies that have a more modest idea of how much money they're going to walk away from when they do a project and keep that higher standard of 20%. It's clear that this community has many people who need affordable housing. And I think that in terms of the cost of evaluating that higher standard, well, you've made a lot of decisions that have cost money before. It seems to me it's a worthwhile expenditure of your funds to find out whether you can pull it off, because yes, other cities around have done more creative and more strong inclusionary proposals, and you don't have to be on the lower fund, in the lower group. Why don't you try to be in the upper group, just like you did with labor issues? Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Mary Shaw-Corin, followed by Sam Ramos.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, it was interesting to me that your staff said that you have not met your goals, that the state, has set these goals for affordable housing at different levels, as well as market rate housing. And, you know, I was doing a little research. It looks like very few cities in the state have met their goals. And this is one of them. So it seems strange that you would go backwards on this. I mean, you didn't need it last year or so. You're definitely not going to need it again if you cut it to 15%. And I started doing a little Googling. There are other cities that have, I think, 20%. I think Emeryville, West Hollywood, Berkeley. I haven't exhaustively researched this. So my question to you, why are you setting such a low standard? I mean, maybe it's because you want to help developers make more profits. I have personally friends who are really struggling to find affordable housing, who are being evicted now. And they've been looking for quite a few months. So there's not enough affordable housing in this community. It's really getting quite desperate. If you drive around, you'll see many neighborhoods where there's just cars everywhere. And the reason is because people are doubling up. You know, there's a couple of families, maybe more, living in one house because of the lack of affordable housing. So I think that you folks should really make a much stronger effort to increase the affordable housing requirement. I don't think you have to rely on private developers. You should be really looking into more creative ways of bringing groups in that will, you know, do more affordable housing and not for profit. There are groups around. So I hope that you will endeavor to set a higher ambition, given that I don't think you're going to meet your state mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Sam Ramos, to be followed by Maureen Nelson.
Well, I'm Sam Ramos. And I really felt good with these people here that, you know, because these are working people. These are the people that wear their credentials in their hands, in their knees, in their face. You can see it. And I guess we could even call them essential workers. I felt really good about these people that were here and that they have jobs. On the other hand, you know, affordable housing is a big thing here. It's a big problem. And the thing is that the people here in our community, they're the ones that have held the economy of San Benito County. But yet it's people from outside that can buy this unaffordable houses, you know. So we have a big problem. I don't see how we can go from 20 to 15 instead of going from 20 to 30 or 40, you know, which would make more sense because those are your constituency. So, you know, I would, you know, the other thing that I can say about these people that were here that I admire so much is that I taught for 33 years. I've been a campesino all my life. And I also worked in construction and roofing. I did shake, tile, and hot as a roofer. So I understand this thing, but these are working people. And these people talk about their kids. What's going to happen to their kids in terms of housing and education, you know? So I hope that we can go higher as opposed to going down, you know. And I hope that if there's any way that the city council can do like rental control, because that's another big problem that we have in terms of housing, you know. And one time I went to see one of my students and I had to park like a block and a half from his house. And he says, Maestro, come here, you know. So do you see all this cars? Every house has 2 or 3 families here because they can't afford, you know, rents, you know. So they have to live in one house. And that's rather inhumane. I wouldn't want to live with my family with 2 other families in one house, you know, but that's a reality. So, you know, I mean, we need affordable housing much more than unaffordable housing. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, to be followed by Evan Henderson.
Good evening again, and thank you for the opportunity. My notes are a little discombobulated, so I'm going to have to figure out what I was trying to say to myself to say to you.
I'm a little discouraged by the fact that we were considering as a community, as leaders, to have 20% availability of low-income housing, affordable housing. And now we're willing to accept 15% because other counties use 15%. So we are in the majority, but our percentage of low income is higher than most of our surrounding counties. So why should we hang our flag on saying we're doing what our surrounding counties are doing, 15%? Their income base is much higher than our average income base for Hollister and San Benito County. Please take that into consideration. We have a higher population needing assistance. I find it perplexing that we would cheer on a developer who says, I don't want to make affordable housing and sell it, but I will make some housing affordable and have it for rental so that they can continue to make more and more and more money. They still own the house. People don't have the pride of ownership, the excitement of planting a tree in their front yard, the excitement of growing their own food in their backyard to eat for their family, because they're renting. And that owner can take it back at any time. We've given them greater power as a builder. When we change our levels from 20% to 15%, and then we change our allocation from 7 of those 15% going for very low to 5 and 5 and 5, again, we're doing a disservice to our community, to our citizens, the people that depend upon you as a group of leaders of this community, this city, to assist them. They don't choose to be impoverished. They don't choose to live that lifestyle. They are trying their best to come out of it, and they need assistance. And we are in a position to be able to do that. That is what governments do. Please live up to it. I know you can. I know you considered 20% prior. Think about that again. And please retain a higher level for your very low income. Your citizens need you, and they want to respect you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Kevin Henderson, to be followed by Dennis Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin Henderson. I am on the Planning Commission. However, I'm speaking for myself. Thank you for the suggestion to get a speaker card. And what I wanted to remind the council is that, as a chair, I understand how meetings should happen. Before the public has a chance to comment, you're not supposed to be giving commentary about how you feel about a topic or indicating how you might vote. And as has been made very clear by some of the council that, there's the time is to ask questions and only questions. Also, I wanted to say that I want to thank those of the council who took the time to watch the Planning Commission meeting, so you understand the rationale. And I just want to comment also on the report that was requested. The Planning Commission had requested the comparison of the percentage breakdowns of other jurisdictions. And from what I can tell of the report, it indicates the total percentage, whether it's 10, 15, 20%, but it doesn't give a breakdown of how many percentage went to each category. And that was something I was hoping to see. I thought it would be help you make a more informed decision. And another piece of information, as I've asked before, is that it would be nice to have understand the distribution of the families in our community, of how many actually fall into each income category. Because I think you would
it will also help, make more informed decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Dennis Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area. In full disclosure, BIA has not met or had any private conversations with the mayor, any council member, any planning commissioner, or any member of staff regarding this issue. All of our correspondence has been open to the public through the council. We have provided to the city an analysis of the impact that the draft inclusionary ordinance would have on residential development. The number one conclusion is that the draft ordinance would cost so much to comply with that residential land values, that's the price that developers can pay for land after all revenue and costs are accounted for, would decrease by over $1 million an acre, likely obstructing the development of housing. This ordinance would likely obstruct home building at a time when the city needs to be ramping up housing because of new state mandates. The city should not make compliance so hard that no housing gets built. Because the housing market is being battered by a tight financing market and rampant construction cost increases. So we are already seeing development deals fall out because of fear of what this draft ordinance would do to Hollister's land values and development costs. But don't take our word for it. Seek out input from local landowners and builders before you pass this ordinance, because this ordinance is not yet ready for adoption. We've also provided analysis to the city regarding local jurisdictions. And just like the high building permit fees and impact fees in the city city would likely have the most costly and restrictive housing policies in the region. So our recommendations are that one, the affordability level splits are too low. The city should move to a 5-5-5 split, or an alternative of an average mix of affordability targeted to 65% of median income. And for sale, the split should be 7.5% low, 7.5% moderate. But above all, the city should adopt a clause in the ordinance stating that a developer may bring any alternative housing plan to the city council for approval if the proposal for affordable housing would result in a greater number of affordable units, a deeper level of affordability, or greater value to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Carly Robles.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I think we should do the 20% affordable housing. The 15% is ridiculously low. This land in this county is worth so much money. You can't tell me a developer is going to say no because we raise it to 20% and not 15%. They're still going to make millions and millions of dollars off their developments. We don't need more developments. We don't need state mandate housing. We need to zone the land for housing. We do not have to build the houses. As Supervisor Don Zanger has told me, and several people on Nextdoor, he made a video explaining that we do not have to build houses in this county. We just have to zone the land, which you've already done very well. You've zoned lots of land for that. Thank you, by the way. So please take your constituents at heart and realize that it's very hard to make it in California with all the taxes and everything being so high, the cost of living so high. We need more affordable housing. I could barely afford the house I bought, and that was in 2020. I got lucky. I just got lucky. I won the house lottery. There's no way I could afford a house now. And my kids aren't going to be able to afford a house here. Even if my daughter my daughter's in Berkeley right now. Even if she graduates and gets a really good job, she probably still can't afford a house here. So I really hope the council takes it upon themselves to do the 20% housing, low-income housing, and not the 15%. Although after Mia and Dolores have had conversations with developers, have admitted taking money from developers, I can see why they would be leaning towards the 15%, because that would mean more money in the developers' pockets. And that's the bottom line. That's it. Thank you.
Next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez.
Good evening, council. First of all, I'd just like to thank the last council for getting those extra units. I think it was the Advantage Homes project. So thank you to them and Rowan, I think it was. I don't know, whoever it was. Anyways, so some of the problems, I mean, already the inclusionary housing already has some flaws to it. The first off is it's based off the area median income. And the area median income for San Benito County and Hollister specifically was prepared. Jumped up. So the area median income was 65,000 in 2010. This is accounting for inflation. It's jumped up to 85,000. So even the moderate rate and the low income rate inclusionary housing houses that are built, I mean, those are still unaffordable for people who are making, you know, who are making, it's, I think it was 80% of the area median income, 80% of 85,000. I mean, you guys do the math. Secondly, the biggest jump was for the Hispanic Latino community, 38%. The point is, 50% of our workforce commutes to the Bay Area and Monterey and surrounding counties. You know, we are not other counties. We're not other jurisdictions. There's a reason why the general plan is pushing for a higher inclusionary housing, 20%. It's because we are housing Silicon Valley's workforce. You know, the idea that we're just going to build more, it's not going to work. We're not going to build our way out of this. Secondly, the general plan that was set forth had was a very infill, it was an infill, basically smart growth general plan. Developers would have gotten the density bonuses, they would have gotten the federal tax credits. You guys could do this, but the problem is you guys are expanding the sphere of influence, pushing more urban sprawl. More urban sprawl is not going to house people, you know, and it's unfeasible because you guys have made it unfeasible. That's why it's unfeasible at this point. And lastly, you know, you guys talk, I would like to know, or a council member to ask, you guys talk about, oh, it's not affordable for these home builders. We've had KB Homes here. The CEO of KB Homes is making $15 million. I mean, I can see why it's not affordable for KB Homes. I mean, the CEO is making $15 million. So I want to thank Councilman Lauren Resendez for really pushing for that. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have in this meeting.
Okay, we'll spend that for discussion and Councilman Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry, closing the public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, members of the public, for coming up here and sharing your thoughts. I just wanted to show Ms. Nelson, my notes are the same as yours. That's just kind of how I operate, so I thought that was funny that you pointed out. So I'm gonna go through my list of things, and please bear with me. Eva, I thought, we had a speaker that said the area median income was, I think, 85,000. It's 140,000, is that not correct?
Yes, in 2023, the area median income, I just pulled up the table because I thought I might get the question. For San Benito County, for a family of 4 is $140,000 and or 140,000.
It's 140,000, sir, not 85,000. Huge difference. Oh, I did want to start off by saying it's true that some of my colleagues did take donations from developers. We have to keep that at the forefront. That is a fact. One of them keeps saying that she gave the money back. That's not true. She didn't give all the money back. And she gave the money back after months after she won the election. So let's just remember that
You're out of.
when we're
order,
having
sir.
these
Stick to the
discussions.
topic,
I'm
please.
not out of order. I know you don't want me to tell the information, but I've got every right to do that. The other thing is, did we meet goals, Ms. Kelly? So we didn't meet the goals for the affordability, but we met the goals for not affordable, I would assume.
Yes,
We
we exceeded the above market.
Exceeded the above market. So let's put that out there too, right? So we've got a little bit of political pandering going on up here, right? And coming from the audience as well. If Chispa was to work as an alternative, we would have had affordability met all these years. We've had Chispa here. We've had HUD. We've had these programs. So that is just a bunch of bluff. It's not true. I love those programs, right? But that's not how we've been building. And we haven't met those goals even with those programs here. For someone to come up here and say, we can use Chispa, we can partner with the state. No, it's not true because we haven't done that yet. So I don't anticipate us doing that in the future. Love the programs, love the people that are going after them, but it's just not going to get us to where we need to be. I appreciate Commissioner Henderson coming up here. And I do agree with you, sir, on bringing up the point of the income. And I think Ms. Nelson brought that up as well. We really should look at what the income is and not like what the other cities are doing as far as their percentage. We need a better picture of what our community looks like as far as affordability, people who really need affordability. And I do watch your meetings, Commissioner Henderson. You should take a bit of your own advice on how to chair a meeting and practice decorum. I just wanted to point that out. 15% average around, 15% average around, but this is the problem. She said, the staff came up here and said, it might be 15%, but there's people doing other things that are very, very creative, right? We need to look at what they're doing and we need to adopt that so that we can meet our community's goals. But this has not been what Hollister's done. We take bad deals all the time and then we suffer for them in the long run. So you're gonna hear a bunch of politics. We know what the vote's gonna be, but it's just not true. And one of them they're gonna say is, well, at least we have something, folks. Well, you know what? I'm tired of saying that. At least we have something. Why can't we ask for more? Why can't we do better? Why can't we make true on our commitments when we get elected into office and do the people's will? It's just not happening. And I don't have any faith that that's gonna happen here tonight. 20% is my number. If it were 15, fine, but we need to look at some of these things that Ms. Kelly was talking about that's really going to ensure that our public can afford to live here in our beautiful city of Hollister. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So we currently have nothing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we didn't hit our numbers with nothing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so if the difference, or at least what I'm hearing is, even from the comments tonight, 15 to 20%, the likelihood is we're still not going to hit our numbers because what I've heard, I thought I just heard the BIA spokesperson speak to how the costs are not reasonable and it's going to decrease the value of land by, I don't know, do you say decrease or increase it by $1 million an acre?
He said decrease.
Right.
I don't know the number, but
Right. Is there any truth to that? Do we know?
the city has not done analysis, nor
Okay.
have I had a clear study of their analysis.
Right. So can you talk a little bit more for me about, you really whet my appetite for the curiosity of the 20%. You talk about that with some options that maybe this council needs to look at because I'm not convinced. I didn't realize that was a possibility.
Sure. So I just pulled up my table because I thought it might come up. I believe I just counted the I believe it was 19 or 20. It looks like about 9 of the cities or counties that we reviewed have at least some requirement where they require more than 15%. Some cities I'm looking at here, it looks like just on this page, San Benito and Monterey County, they allow an offsite in, this is relatively common, I think it's beyond just these two. They'll allow an alternative compliance option of offsite construction, but they'll increase the percentage required of the units. So maybe their standard is 20% or 15% if it's on-site construction. That's kind of their ordinance. Their alternative compliance allows for an off-site construction option, but at that point, they require more units. Some of them that I saw in here where a lot of it had to do with alternative compliance. So they kind of have a standard percentage in their base ordinance and standard procedures. And then in their alternative compliance, they might require more units. So a lot of acquisition and rehab or offsite construction or working with another offsite development, those will require them to provide more units if they choose that alternative compliance option, or require them to provide a higher bedroom count than they would have otherwise been required to provide on site. I think the one I mentioned earlier was, and I think it was San Jose or possibly Sunnyvale in the Silicon Valley area. One of their ordinances that I remember reading was that I believe, I don't remember exact percentage, I'm just gonna say it was a 15% base requirement. And they split it out where it was, let's say 5% moderate, 5% low, 5% very low. But you could also do a 10% requirement, but it was 100%, so 10% extremely low. So you only had to provide an overall 10% of your units, 10% of your development, so less units, you got more market rate units overall, but it was a heavily restricted affordability level. So in exchange for numbers of units, a lot of cities' options and ordinances, they kind of balance number versus affordability of units, if you will. So there's a lot of creativity or different alternatives in there. To the point that came up, I did try to get the percentage split, like we're talking about our 753 or 555. Not all ordinances specify. One of the contras mentioned an AMI percentage as an option. I saw that in a couple of ordinances where the required average percentage of AMI, 80, 60, something like that, but that wasn't as common. Most of the ones that they're not listed here, they just said affordable, very low. Some of them said rentals are very low and low, or sales can be moderate. That's relatively common. It's a lot of different options, really unique to the jurisdictions. No one is the same. They kind of steal from the same goals, but no one picks the same selection.
Thank you. I hate to say this, but I was willing to haggle over the 753 number, but frankly, you've got my appetite for more. I'd like more options, and so for that reason, I'm not going to support this tonight because no, this is not about politics. This is simply about making the right choices and having good options. And I'm not convinced. You just said something where it might even be 10% with options. I would just I'd like a more robust conversation about what those options are. And I know this puts a ton more work on you, and I apologize for that. But you've convinced me that as much as I want something, because I do believe something is better than nothing, I would rather have something with a thoughtful something. And I'm not saying what you presented wasn't thoughtful. It's pretty much what this council asked you to do. But you just raised my curiosity to a whole nother level. And unfortunately for you, that just means more work. And I know this. But thank you for your honesty and your sincerity and your commitment to the residents of this community. I truly mean that. Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
So just a couple of things. I mean, I heard what Planning Commission had to say about the 555. I'm still kind of up in the air about that, so I'm not necessarily sold on it. But as far as the 15 versus 20, I don't think we've been discussing the fact that there was a feasibility study done when that 20% was proposed. And what the consultants, who are the experts, found is you have to do a 56% density bonus. And I don't know if people understand what that means. You get 100 unit complex approved, they can add an additional 56 units. So if you're not wanting more housing, you don't want 20% because that's going to increase the number of houses. And that's not 56% of affordable houses. That's just 56% more in order to make that extra 5% to balance out the financial. Right? I get that right. It's going to help them to make more money so that they can offset what they're required more.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is a drawback to that. The other thing that was said in the meeting, in the planning commission meeting, was that the type of building you're going to get is going to be incredibly dense. There may be 6 or 7 stories tall. Is that really what you want for Hollister? I mean, it's going to change our skyline. It's going to change how we look. We're a farming community, we're a small agricultural town. This would have very big ramifications. Now, I heard you talk about creating this and that, and I don't necessarily disagree that we could look at some of that, but I can't support 20% knowing that that's what was found in the feasibility and that's what's required. We're getting a few percent more, but there's all this attached to it that we have to prove that it's not going to deter. So we have to add these extra density things. At 15%, we're not required to do any kind of density bonus, are we?
You're not required to do a financial feasibility analysis, and there's no proposed density bonus.
Yeah.
They would, at 7% very low or at 5% very low, would automatically qualify for that 5% very low state density bonus.
Yeah. A state one, but we wouldn't have to do anything.
Correct. It wouldn't be an extra, if I may, Mayor Casey, on the financial feasibility analysis, just because it's relevant to the discussion of opening up alternative compliance and creativity and other things. This would require to do another financial feasibility analysis, but we were also working under the restrictions of the direction as well, which was no alternative compliance, thus making the finding that I would say, and I won't speak for the experts who prepared it, but I would say that alternative compliance options could affect the financial feasibility analysis. We were working under no alternative compliance, so you were working with the ordinances you have and the ordinance you proposed, which was nothing to be an alternative to potentially offset. So you may find, if there was the direction and we wanted to look at it 20% or higher than 15 and redo a financial feasibility analysis, which obviously has its own costs, times, and effects to do that, that if you were looking at other alternatives, there might be some leeway in feasibility. Just wanted to put that out.
I appreciate that. That's a lot of info. And I am concerned about doing another feasibility study. How does this play into it? Because it's part of the general plan, isn't it? Or alongside it, or
so it is an addition. It's part of the general plan in that there is a policy proposed in the draft general plan to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance with a specific percentage. That originally was 20. The recent direction we've received, not only on the ordinance, but on the general plan, is to drop that percentage to 15. We could just make it adopt a policy, and I'd be less concerned with the effect on the general plan, especially as we're in the redesign process. But the ordinance itself is separate from that, beyond there being a policy encouraging and guiding us in this.
So the only other piece of this that, one of the reasons we pushed it out in the first place is there was no community outreach. And we really wanted to get that, and it was widely advertised, and we had somewhere between, I attended, I didn't speak or get involved, but I listened. There was somewhere between 35 and 40 people that came. And if I remember correctly, the vast majority agreed with the 15%. So now we're going to discount those folks and what their wishes are, and we're going to switch it yet again. I mean, that's what concerns me, is we keep taking it down the road, let's look at this and let's look at that, and I understand wanting to be thorough, but I don't know that I can support putting it off any further. So I don't mind skipping the percentage breakdown and leaving it what we had. I would be in favor of moving forward with option one. So.
Did you, I don't know if you got comments from the council.
She said that.
Okay, yeah, I'm liking where the conversation is going, I'll be honest with you. My number is 20. I said that, right? But if we want to argue that everybody that came to those meetings said 15, number one, I said, I feel like it was some biased meetings, possibly, that's my opinion. Second, if we do 15 with these other options, that's really going to benefit the people of Hollister to ensure that they're getting an affordable housing option, then what's the issue? I'm willing to move to 15 if we look at other ways to ensure that we're benefiting the people and not developers, to ensure that we're making good on what we told people when we got elected to office, that we're really working hard to ensure that they can live, work here in Hollister. So I would urge my colleagues to side with us where this is not going to pass from what I can tell, for everybody to vote no. So I'm prepared to make a motion and come back to the table. And if we have new feasibility studies, then so be it. But I'm prepared to make a motion. Madam Mayor, if we're done.
And just, I guess my concern is, if we ask you to go consider options, it's not going to come back to us for some time, right? It's going to go out for a feasibility study. We have to look at what possibly, I'm just worried about the timing, and I'm worried about keeping the phone on the road. That's my main thing. So we've got projects coming forward now that could be 15% of that now they're going to get entitled or approved or whatever this planning commission does, and they don't have to just be compliant with that. So that's the concern. I don't mind looking at other options. I just hate that we have to go through the process again.
Madam Mayor, if that's really truly your concern, then let's adopt a 20% affordability policy and then come back with the options for 15 with variabilities. It's not 20%. Well, then I'm just
have to do a density bonus. That's what would be required.
And we have one ready to go. We have one ready to go.
Which you don't want more housing, if that's going to bring more housing.
I'm gonna call for about.
It's gonna be 156 units, so.
I'm prepared to look about.
Is there a second?
I just heard somebody say that at the outreach event, there were like 35 people.
Yes, I believe we had about 20, maybe 25 attending in person, and I believe on the top of my head, because I think I said it out loud, there was like 16 or 18 or so online.
Okay, so, and we have a community of 42,000 people.
I believe it's it's between 41, which is 20-25%, 40.
Okay, but I'm not inclined to want to let 35 people represent a direction for 40,000 residents either. And I get outreach is outreach and you get what you get. But in my mind, I'd like to see the option. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I have not. I'm gonna move that we deny ordinance number 1234. Am I on the right one? Yes. An ordinance of the City Council, City of Hollister, approving zoning ordinance amendment 2023-4 to adopt chapter 17.36 inclusionary housing program. That is my motion.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of second. Do we have another motion? All right, so I will move to accept item 1 and without revision from the planning commission. Option 1, move to adopt.
You know, clarity. Without revision, meaning you're not going to adopt the 555.
Right.
Just wanted to clarify that.
All right, so we have
I did a roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
yes.
Councilmember Burns,
No.
Mayor Kingston.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-2 with Councilmembers Burns and Resendez opposing.
Question, if I can, for legal, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Now that the motion failed, it still cannot come back as proposed. It needs to be something completely different. Is that not correct?
It needs to be something different. So someone could even make a different motion Under your Rosenberg rules of order, there's no majority and held to two, so can't even be here.
So if someone wanted to make this, change their vote and do something different, like you're saying, it's like.
So if someone wanted to make a motion for the 555, that's something different, the ordinance could be amended.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
All right, we're going to move to this consent.
Madam Mayor, if I may interject for a moment.
Yes.
For item A6 under consent, that dollar amount listed on the agenda item is 2,500, that should be stated as 4,500.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I don't necessarily want to pull A2 again, but I want to vote against it. Can I pass a motion with me voting against it, pull it? Or do we have to pull it, City Attorney?
You have to vote against the whole consent calendar if you don't pull it.
Then we'll pull item A2.
All right, then, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Or the accepted? I'm sorry.
Mayor Casey, you do have a couple of public comments for the consent calendar
I'm
items.
sorry. Go ahead, please, public comment.
Absolutely. The first public speaker is Sandra Copas.
Thank you all for hearing me out. Tonight, the city council will vote to deny my claim of liability for domestic violence incidents that began since 2020, which I believe could have been avoided by verifying whether the service process was legal, which would then prevent domestic violence through litigation abuse. Regardless of your vote, however, I request the city to work with me. Don't let this notice of claim stop you from working with me. I believe collaboration was a word that was brought up tonight. Collaboration with the residents, collaboration with the union, sort of thing. I'm asking for collaboration with the city of Hollister to work with me to find a remedy for the deprivation of my constitutional rights, as well as the rights of all of Hollister residents. I'm asking for protection of my rights for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not knowing if I'll be protected against domestic violence is making me run scared, very, very scary. It's impacting my health and well-being. I almost fainted tonight because I wasn't prepared to stay this long for the city council meeting in order for me to give public input. Chief Reynoso, Councilmember Dolores Morales, and the city attorney, Mary Lerner, have not responded to any of my requests to assure me that I will have police protection from domestic violence. But the solution I'm seeking is as simple as amending the HPD policy manual and to investigate my allegations for penal code violations, but I can't get anyone to talk to me. This is why I'm here today. As I told the city attorney on 3 occasions, even up to today, I don't want to file a section 183 claim. Those are huge, right? I don't want the courts to have to go through, even though I believe I can meet the elements of such a claim, I don't want to file a lawsuit for the city. Please don't force me to. Please don't force me to file for a writ of mandate to protect my constitutional rights and my protection and for protection against domestic violence. There are over 24 officers involved in my case. I don't want to have to obtain personnel records for all those officers to make sure that they were properly trained to enforce legal services process and to identify officers who lack post-training for domestic violence, hate crimes, and dependent adults. So in conclusion, Mayor Casey, council members, I need instruction. How can Hollister residents get equal protection under the law that our officers have now? HPD is required to verify legal services process on their personnel. Why don't they allow us the same protection? And if I may address Chief Reynoso directly, what is the department's intentions regarding the penal code violations by my abusers that are reported? Thank you.
The next public speaker is.
So am I going to be able to get any input in response?
On public comment items, sorry.
It's an agenda item. It's A3.
We'd have to pull it. I was wondering the same thing. I'm sorry. Why didn't we pull her item and ask for audience to pull it? I'm sorry. And then report on it.
Standard practice of the city is to take public comment on any consent item, and then council can pull the items and move forward. So you've already got your input. It's just a procedural way of doing it, but council, you don't have to respond right now, and in fact, I recommend you do not.
But she does have the right to pull the item.
Well, she in essence did by giving public comment
Okay,
right now.
okay.
I don't understand what pull the item means. It simply means that you discuss it, and you've already been given your 3 minutes on that. Oh, okay. All right then. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Stacy McGrady for item A7.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. It's Stacy McGrady. I saw on the agenda this evening that there was, I think, intended to be a resolution in regards to the violence in Hamas and Israel, and I'm just a little bit concerned. I heard what happened recently in Alameda, Oakland City Council regarding their resolution. And it didn't go so well, and it turned into a viral video, and it had a negative light on Oakland. So I really want to encourage our local city council. I think y'all have a lot to do with local government, and I don't necessarily think that we need to be stepping into resolutions regarding foreign nations. If though you do choose to put forward some type of resolution regarding the violence in Israel, I hope that that will include, unlike what happened in Oakland, condemnation for Hamas, for the attacks on Israel, for the attacks on women and children, condemnation for the violent, the crimes taking non-combatant women and children as hostages, which is a violation of the rules of war, and it's a War Crimes Act. And so I would encourage that you actually don't take any action. Thank you so much.
The next public speaker is Larry Murphy for item A2.
We're pulling item A2 as a separate item, so we can come back in a minute.
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry.
The next public speaker is Andy Shakoran for item A7.
Yes, I want to thank you for putting A7 on the agenda. As I mentioned before, I am Jewish. I have relatives who served in the Israeli army, actually, and relatives died in the Holocaust. And I don't have any problem with a resolution that would condemn the actions that the Hamas took. They were war crimes, and I certainly would expect that you would be concerned about the actions that were taken in retribution for those war crimes, because they were also war crimes. And in the case of genocide, which many experts are now characterizing what's happening in Palestine, what's going on there. Actually, the law is really unusual in terms of genocide compared to most war crimes and crimes against humanity, in that the law doesn't just prohibit one from committing genocide, it actually compels people to act to stop genocide. That's what international law, and we're, by the way, our country is a signatory to that. So we all actually have a legal obligation when we see genocide happening to act. And you wouldn't be alone. You might, we had very large involvement from the unions today. The United Auto Workers that have been in the news quite a bit recently for their successful strikes came out with a major resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire, one of the country's biggest unions, oldest unions. I think it's the right thing to do, to take a stand, and I think it's actually the legal thing to do, and I think we're compelled as human beings to stop what's going on from happening, because we're complicit. That's what Martin Luther King said a long time ago. He said, "Look, silence ultimately becomes complicit." That means that we're also responsible if we don't do it. So I hope you will vote for this.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez for item 7.
For council, I wasn't planning on speaking on this, it was unexpected, and I'm just glad it actually came to a resolution actually just got pulled. Thank you for that. The United Nations considers, by every metric, they consider what's going on in Palestine a genocide. I think the least we could do is adopt this resolution and, stand with the Palestinians. What happened, what Hamas did was wrong and evil, but that does not give Israel the right to commit genocide. So I ask the council to adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for these items on the consent agenda.
There's no further discussion.
I did want to pull a couple items here.
Okay, which ones?
810 and 814. Right, Mayor, I'd also like to add that, in regards to 87, it actually speaks to an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Israel, not one or the other, but it's both. And I think that's a very important point to be made. I'll leave it.
Thank you. So say that, but thank you.
I was prepared to make a motion with that.
Okay, so can I get a motion then to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of item A2 or 810 and 814? Okay. So is there a motion?
So move, but I'd like to add on what the city manager stated as far as posadas. So I think that the total was 4,500.
Yes, there was a staff correction at the beginning, asking for it to be updated from 2,500 to 4,500 and what's on that.
That would be my motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move to item A2, ordinance number 1241, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending Article 2, purchasing chapter 3.06, procedures for supplies of Title 3, revenue and finance, Hollister municipal code. So we have on that, or?
Sure. I mean, this is the item that was heard at our last meeting. It did pass at our last meeting, so it's coming through on a second reading. If adopted tonight, then what this will do is in 30 days, this will go into, will become active, a local active ordinance. If there are significant changes this evening that are voted on and approved, it would reset that through the process. And we would then go back to a new second.
I
didn't have any questions. I wanted to state the positions I had before. I think I made them pretty clear in my position.
We should take public comment and then have deliberation.
That is true. My apologies.
That's okay. So do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor Casey, our first speaker is Larry Murphy, to be followed by Tim Sorcy.
I'm a 37-year representative of Local 39. I'm also a resident of Hollister for the last 26 years. 2001, I actually, first time I've ever been in this room, I sat at this table with the youth football program, and we talked about bylaws, talked about Robert rules of order. So I haven't been here since. So thank you for your time. Appreciate your efforts. But what I'm up here to do is support this. Okay. As a resident, I want to be able to be responsible, have you guys be responsible to use the taxpayers' money, or taxpayers' dollars, during this purchasing policy. By having this purchasing policy. The city will be able to ensure that taxpayer dollars are used in a manner that will provide sustainable future for our community. So I hope all of you will support this and thank you for your time.
The next public speaker is Tim Sorsey, followed by David Beanie.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tim Sorsey. I'm a resident here of Hollister. Me and my family live in District 4. And I'm here to ask for your vote in favor of the purchasing ordinance. Thank you. Have a good night.
The next public speaker is David Beanie, followed by Seraphine Lopez Jr.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'd like to speak in support of this item, and I'll be very brief. As we said a couple of weeks ago, this is an update to the procurement policy, bringing it into, bringing all the policy up to date, including the community workforce agreement, and enabling all of the great things that we talked about earlier. I would hate to see it fall by the wayside in a procedural manner, so we'll ask for your support on this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Seraphine Lopez Jr., followed by Tony Garcia.
All right, so this is the one I said that speaking of stuff. I hope you guys will vote in favor. When in high school, I was always told college is the future. You want to make something like you have to go to college. What's college, right? So do good. It's a story for a really long time. Then I got to union. And not only was I able to go to work right away, they helped me with my schooling. They offered tutoring, I know colleges do that too. But you get your time, you didn't have to sit in the classroom for hours, weeks, months. It helped me out a lot. And I think it was, and I know that if it wasn't for the union, it wasn't for their help. I wouldn't be where I'm at today. My kids would have the hospitality. When my kids were first born, we lived in a 10 by 10 room. Before I got to went to my grandparents. And I see myself going there. Yeah. Like I said, I went for the union for their help. And granted, it's not free. I'm not talking about money. You got to put the time in, like in anything you do. You don't put the time in, you're not going to get anything. And in depth to them. And the way for me to pay that forward is to come up here and speak on their behalf, because they are a big impact to me and my kids, my life. I know you hear and see the slogan, we're a brotherhood, but also keep in mind that I do have sisters too. This is a workforce that also encourages women to go to the workforce, and we do have that as well. So not only do I have brothers, I also have sisters. But not only do you hiring men, you're also hiring women, and giving them the opportunity to work. And I'm saying that. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Tony Garcia.
Good evening again. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Again, Tony Garcia, business agent, operating engineer. I'm just here before you to ask you to pass this policy moving forward. Should I repeat everything? Okay, I just am asking you to pass this policy moving forward. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
The next public speaker is Edmundo. Oh, I can't read that. Sorry. Edmundo E. Starts with it.
That's our second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Edmundo. I'm with Plumbers and Steamfitters, located in 393, and I thought I'd rise in favor of this. Thank you.
And those are all the public speakers we have for item 2.
Let's bring this back. Councilmember Sanders, you have some comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all the speakers again. I just want to point out again that I particularly moved, I would say, by how many of you came out here. And in particular, when you say you have been here in years, or it's your first or second time, I really, really do appreciate your sort of engagement. So thank you. I forgot to mention this earlier, and I'm going to throw it out there again. If any of you ever want to talk to me, have any questions for me, my cell phone number is on the city's website. Please reach out, call, text anytime. I'm a teacher, so if it's during work hours, I will get back to you as soon as I'm off. But again, thank you guys for coming out here. Appreciate you guys. And I'm gonna vote not to support this for the same reasons that I stated earlier. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. You can call me too. My phone number is my personal number. I'm trying to save the city a few bucks. And so, well, I will at some point want to bring this back to consider reducing that threshold from 250 to 150. I refuse to hold things up to do that at this point. So I'm 100% heck yeah. I'd say another word, but then I'd be in trouble. I'm going to move forward to support this. And I want to thank all of you that have hung out with us this evening for these two items that we've talked about it earlier and then now. Thank you for spending time with us. I truly appreciate you, your willingness and your commitment to your profession. So no spoiler alert, I'm going to make a motion to move forward and approve this as requested.
Second. No, thank you for staying. It was very important. So we appreciate your time. Thank you. Agreed. Thank you all for your input. We always value the input, and it's nice to see some of the faces from these groups that actually live here and you know, so anyways, thank you all. And I think we're ready for we'll do a roll call vote for this one.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Heck yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1 with Councilmember Resendez opposing.
Moving on to item 8-10. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister to accept the proposal to receive awarded contract in the amount of $314,656.13 to Community Tree Services and authorize the execution of a contract for San Benito County to move it up to the new project.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having me up here tonight.
Rather than have the chief do a comprehensive report, I did read it. I just had a couple of different questions. And so it looked to me like all the proposals minus the one that's been awarded defaulted in the process. It seemed like they didn't submit this, they didn't submit that. And is there a I don't know, I'm just concerned where through default we award a contract, but I don't know, Chief, if you can comment on that.
I think it was at his comfort level for the one that did default. One of them, two of them just didn't complete their full packet, and the other one was just wasn't comfortable with the our requirements that we had. So he ended up backing up the last minute. He's like, he's one of our regular contractors. He's like, right now, I just don't feel comfortable moving forward with this. I still love our working relationship, but at this time, I can't commit to this right now, Chris.
And so I'm looking at this at $314,000, $656.13. And so I'm wondering if, based on what this council's actions have just completed, would this feels to me like it's a public works project, and wouldn't the PLA and the CWA apply to this?
Yeah, I would check with our legal, but it's basically maintenance. It's cutting back brush and trimming some trees along Cienega and out in San Juan Canyon.
Okay.
So it would not be subject.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Move it.
And we do have grant funding to cover these costs as well, just for the public's knowledge.
Yeah.
It's a complete offset.
Because then we'll go to public comment if there is there public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments from this item.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All right. that's
Thank you.
approved. Item 14, resolution of the city council of the city of Hollister, reauthorizing the city manager to purchase 2 full vehicles at the new not to exceed price of $112,000.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Chief, rather than have to go through all the process, I would read the report. My only question was, I just recently saw a news article where you rolled 3 or 4 dinosaurs out of the barn for 4 Crown Victorias. Oh, my goodness. And I'm wondering if we don't need to buy more than drive the dinosaurs. And 2 seems like I'm 100% supportive, but do you need more?
I think, we could use more, but I think we're sticking to only buying 2 a year, and these 2 that at the last council meeting are, an opportunity, and we're not gonna buy any more next year. I think we can make it through next year without any more purchases, and then after that, I think that's something we can discuss in the budget process for that, but those dinosaurs are a testament to, us assigning vehicles to our officers, and they last longer. All those cars are 2011 or older cars, and they're still roadworthy. But our plan is to convert them to e-block cars, and then we'll just use them for training. And once these trainings are done with them, and these 4 new cars come in, we replace those.
Thank you, Chief. Just know that I would certainly be willing to consider a major budget adjustment or allocation. It just seems to me like, I'm sorry, cars that are 13 years on the road, these vehicles, I don't care how well you take care of them. It's time to move into the 20% in my opinion. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Then, do you have any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comments for this item.
All right, so, any motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries 4-0. All right, so we're going to, move on then to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda.
Mayor, if I may, before we get to public comment, we're closely approaching 10 p.m. And so, we may want to see if we want to extend past to not interrupt the public commenters, and then we have a presentation afterwards.
I'm good with going forward.
Okay, we're going forward. Okay. And still have a form of those things for perfect. So public comment, please.
Yes, Mayor Casey, we only have one for Darren Del Curto.
Hi, Mayor Casey and the council, city manager. My name is Darren Del Curto. I'm one of the principals who built the mixed use project at the 400 block. It was approved by the planning commission, upheld by the city council in 2019. We're just about to complete the residential condominiums and look forward to applying for final occupancy so that we can sell these condos. The reason I'm here tonight is to ask for your clarification and direction to the staff to work with us to complete this project. There's been a significant turnover at the staff, department head, CAO, and council level since 2019. It appears that this turnover has caused some misunderstanding about the permit approval and requirements for the condominiums. I've recently been informed by the staff that the 22 condominiums need to be final all at one time, requiring an impact fees to be paid in one lump sum, which would require for us to pay $800,000 to $900,000 before a single residential condominium can be sold. That would be a financial burden at this point right now. We do need to sell condos to pay the impact fees, as a one-by-one basis. This is, an enormous sum of money that I can't really pay right now unless we sell condominiums to generate capital. The staff's interpretation is not consistent with approval from the 2019. The resolution of approval, resolution 2019-10, allows for final inspections and for certificates of occupancy to be issued on a unit by unit basis. For example, condition approval number 36E states, on the date of final inspection, the date of certificate of occupancy is issued for each residence, which occurs first. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to avoid the impact fees. I do want to pay all the impact fees that are due. I'm asking the staff to be directed to collect the impact fees for each individual condo upon application for final inspection and certificate of occupancy, which is consistent with the council's original approval and the process the city that has used for single-family detached residents in the past. I'd be willing to enter an agreement with the city if necessary to guarantee that no individual condo occupancy is issued until all impact fees are paid for each individual condo. This has led to discussion to ensure that all impact fees due for this project are collected. I really appreciate your consideration. And by the way, out of the 22 condos, there is 20% that are affordable. There's 2 very low income and 2 that are low. So just wanted to clarify that since we're discussing that at this meeting. So thank you for your consideration.
Mayor, can you supervise all the public comments for public comment period?
Let's see, I'm just see the manager report. First,
Nothing to report this time, Madam Mayor.
all right, to the training and offices.
Nothing to report.
So, we're going to go on to item G1, which is a presentation on contract fees, animal care and services, statistics and city income. And we have the staff report.
So the staff from the animal control department come and get prepared. Just by way of background, the board of supervisors had asked a few months ago for this presentation to be given to them, as well as then as a follow-up from that presentation, it was directed to give it at the intergovernmental committee. It was recommended that the city council receive it as well, since they also put it. So we've asked the team from animal control to provide that presentation, and I'll pass it over to Officer Batista.
And Mayor, you may want to wait till you have a quorum.
Do we need a quorum? I mean, is this an informational or are you voting on something?
If there's the opportunity to give direction, I recommend you vote.
Okay, so there is something. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thanks, fellas. Let me get started.
We can't help the meeting.
This item is also seeking direction, so we waited until those.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and Council. My name is Elizabeth Lisa, and I'm the Police and Defense Services Supervisor. I'm joined by Animal Control Officer Eli Harvey to give you a brief presentation on the programs and services we offer. First, I'd like to go over our organizational chart. We are in the police department, overseen directly by Hollister Police Chief Charles and Russell, my direct supervisor, Hollister Police Captain in Tondo. Myself, I oversee 5 employees, Animal Control Officers, Lacey Morris, Samantha Olivia, and Eli Harvey. We have 1 full-time Animal Control Officer assistant, Alvaro Figueroas. Soon to have another assistant in background. 2 temporary Animal Control Officer assistant. We just did a formal job offer at the beginning of the 3rd week of December with us. We also have a support services assistant in the shelter to offer licensing services. Handle all general inquiries for the email from the public and so on. We were established in 1982. We offer services to the city and the county of San Diego. For health and safety code, California Health and Safety Code 121690. Every city, county, or city and county shall provide some sort of pound system and rabies control program. The county of San Diego doesn't have the shelter of their own, so they contract services to us. Where an intake for that service is about 3,500 animals per year. Some general overview of the programs and services we offer are responding to animal related calls out in the city of Hollister, as well as San Juan Bautista, the county, Carcinus, Canote, Aromas, and Pinios. Investigate animal cruelty complaints, enforce city, county, and state animal control laws. Deceased animal pickup, mutual aid when there's disaster response floods. Patrol the city and county streets, roads, and search stray dogs. Explain ordinances to the public. Investigate animal bites. Place animal on quarantine as needed. In-town quarantine and dispose of animals as appropriate, as well as transporting sick and injured animals to our veterinarian. Shelter services are received, adopt, and redeem animals to their owners, clean cages, and house animals appropriately, as well as feed and water them, maintain clean and neat appearance of the animal shelter, keep records of animals, follow up on delinquent licensing, respond to requests and inquiries from the general public, euthanize and dispose of animals as needed, receive lost and found animal reports, and assist visitors with locating their potential lost pets, processing adoptions of pets from the animal shelter, and performing general office duties such as answering telephones, provide information and explain procedures when members of the public come into the shelter, and prepare and maintain a variety of records and reports to include general reports. Even over the health and safety code would require every city and county to have some sort of rabies control program. When we did brief slides regarding, this hasn't been updated since September 15th, for this year, but the animal bites we see per year, broken down by county. The programs and services we offer, the city of Hollister has sponsored numerous SNF bus clinics throughout the year, resulting in hundreds of domestic and feral animals from the city and the county being spayed and neutered, and that's just to break down by year, as well as how many clinics have been held. Some additional programs and services, the staff applied for numerous grants throughout the past year. We were recently awarded a $50,000 grant from the UC Davis for shelter medicine program for spay and neuter. So I believe we had over 200 pets from the city and county with no fees paid for spay and neuter. So that's what that program went towards. We were also awarded a $14,000 grant
to support the implementation of these skills and programs and to increase positive outcomes with animals that come into our care. This has greatly helped us provide partnership from surrounding counties, update some of our practices and protocols to ensure we are providing best practice to the animals in the community we serve, and as well as the implementation of new training and skills for that. We've also hosted an array of adoption events throughout the years. We just had one this Saturday actually, which resulted in 4 adoptions. So that was pretty awesome. And engaging with our community is always fun. Mutual aid, especially in the county with, we had a fire with tons of livestock that was at risk. Smoking and stuff, as well as the floods. And then we broke down our county animal intakes from January of 2018 to November 2023. We saw 2,906 intakes from just the county alone. And then we broke it down by year for how many were not out of 2023. And we also included the city animal intakes per year. It's generated different things. Usuals, regular pigs. And then our county calls for service, investigating cruelty complaints, confining aggressive animals, picking up stray confined animals from our county residents, responding to severe injured animals, addressing unsanitary conditions, picking up deceased animals, investigating animal bites, and placing animals on quarantine. And just another breakdown of our daily work and calls. And then our breakdown for city calls as well. And I'm going to hand it over to Animal Control Officer Laura Harvey to over our county financial impact.
Good evening, everyone. So there are some, of course, this county impact fees. From my understanding, there is some actuals. And it's on a monthly basis. So we have county year disposal. We have comment of animal bites of animals, all services, animal control. All those big numbers there, those are all per year. A little bit from July of 2018 to the following year. All the big numbers there, pretty much represent the county after those. Time spent in the bill, it's important to understand that animal control officers once again are tasked with pretty much dispatching themselves to every single call, as well as handling the shelter as well. With that, for county calls, it is important that 2 officers respond just for officer safety. It's also important to understand that in the county we require special vehicles. Currently, we have a Tahoe that we have that kind of gets us out to the county calls because it's just so hard in our box trucks to get out to those county calls. Also requires specialized care for these types of animals because we have farm animals, livestock there. With this kind of something to keep into mind where we doing these county calls. The city only requires the handling of domestic animals, and so we see a lot of calls being extended out in the county simply because we're spending more time out there. So just for a breakdown, just a quick example, as far as how long it takes us to generally complete a call. Majority of these calls require multiple follow-ups. So with this, we got a report back in July 26, 2022, a report of neglect animals on the property. I think it was maybe about 20 to 30 some animals there. We had to reach all our bold, all that stuff there. Details, about this case. This call came in, July 26th, 2022, at about 1600 hours. This is when we responded out. All ACOs responded because, it was, 20 plus animals there. We noticed that there was no, water. The animals had ribs showing. We waited for the owner to arrive. We refilled the water top and so on. These were the follow-ups that we did. Started out on August 1st, and then the call got completed fully October 21st, 2022 at approximately 15-26 hours. I'm sorry, 15-23 hours. This call took multiple calls, multiple times for us to go out there and follow up. I'm calling the owners, receiving updates on progress, present during whatever the vets were there to give them a help and hand. It's only a lot of animals out there. Also, it's important to understand that during this time, the shelter also had to be closed because we just needed all the staff out there to just assist so we can get accurate info, whether or not for any sort of case. We got to make sure that we document everything thoroughly. The conclusion of this, once again, came out to multiple shelter closures throughout this case. Other calls in the city throughout the county was left for a later time. Took several hours due to the nature of the case. Once again, the call was placed on July 26th, 2022 at 1600 hours and ended at 10/21, 2022 at approximately 15:21 hours. It's also important to note that between 7/26, 2022 and 10/21, 2022, we received 310 calls. None of those calls were in the county, so we have to juggle making sure that we do all of our follow-ups on top of making sure that we assist with our other calls as well. Another call for service was just this year over in March at Anzar Road, very similar. With that, we have some more photos here. And details about this case, the report came in about neglect of horses and donkeys. Call came in on March 20, 2023 at approximately 12:30 hours. At that time, all animal control officers went out to that call once again. It's been a long amount of time. The shelter would also have to be closed for that. Officers noticed some of the animals had skin issues as well as probably. Excuse me. Actually taken for the MSR road once again, it was multiple follow-ups. Starting from March 21st all the way down to June 8th, 2023. We have to speak to vets, make sure that the owners are doing everything that they needed to do to ensure that the animals were receiving the care that they actually needed. Also important to note that between March 20, 2022 and June 8, 2023, that there was a total of 196 calls for service and 58 for those who were in the county. So the time spent in the county, first we all understand that it takes time to get out to these places. As far as enrollment, this is about 17 miles. Tres Pinos is about 7.8 miles. Pacinas is 13 miles, and Pinoch is 3 miles away. In some cases, depending on the circumstances, we have to take all our options out there, and once again, it does force the shelter to be closed. So why do we think that these calls take a long time? Well, in the county, people are allowed to have these big animals, a lot of animals there. There's no ordinance to kind of enforce having so many animals. So whenever we send officers out there, we have to make sure that we are investigating everything thoroughly. And additionally, making sure that every officer is also safe. With that, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, thank you, guys. I hope you guys like this stuff, because I think it's one of our, like, aside from recreations, like a fun place to work. I really, really appreciate and admire what you guys do. And on top of that, you guys have a strong volunteer base that you've been working with really well. Questions? How much does the county pay? Did we go over that? It's late, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'll go ahead and pull up this here and read it out. This year's it's budgeted at $474,000. They do pay 55% of actual, so we do a budget. We work with them on once we have determined our budget, it's 55%. They are not covering the costs, however, of equipment. So if we purchase a new vehicle, that is a city asset that we are then taking on and covering the cost. We did mention in intergovernmental, one of the things with those equipment purchases is by providing service in the county. And they went over some of the pictures and driving out the notes and all those types of things that they are using an equipped Chevy Tahoe rather than maybe a pickup truck that they would use if they were on serving, you know, the 7 mile radius, the 8 mile radius of the city of Boston.
So if we're looking at, like, if we're doing like an assessment or like an analysis of this, and I know we probably should do like an official one, right? But would you say that's the most pressing concern, is that they're not, are they covering their fair share, but not the maintenance or not the equipment? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I'll let Chief jump in on operations as well.
Yeah.
I would think that it certainly would warrant, I think we heard it at intergovernmental even wanting to do a dive into it.
Yeah.
I think when we look at calls for service and try to split it out, I think you have to take into consideration the distance, the type of animals, the storage of those animals. I mean, we had someone here at one of our other meetings talking about, you know, a multitude of dogs even in the county at a particular residence, right? So there's obviously, if we start to drill in deep, I think that there's costs that we're probably not capturing. And as they had requested, I think any kind of probably a good idea to take the costs.
Okay, and then are we currently contracted with someone with stuff?
We are not.
Why?
I'll ask Chief to jump in on maybe the back history. I've had some conversations recently with the city manager. I think they would entertain.
So we don't
discussion.
service the city of San Juan at all.
I'll let Chief jump in on that. No, we do not service family feedback. We've had talks in the past, they're just very preliminary. And haven't been able to reach a conclusion. This was in the past, this is not to say that. And speaking with them in the future, we could reach an agreement.
Okay, I mean, you guys pretty much covered everything, I think. What, if we're looking for direction, my direction would be if we can get like an actual analysis done of the true costs and what the fair share of the county should be. Like, I would ask for a study, and then I would ask someone to please say, again, we're going all the way up there anyway, to ask the city council to be a part of that and to buy into it. I think that's it. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Again, thank you. Not just you guys, but thank your volunteers. And I've seen like how much you do to work with them. They are a fierce group to work with. And I love how you guys are working with that energy and partnership. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging with us tonight. We apologize. This seems to be our lifestyle. Where to begin? And so I too have really serious concerns if I understood you right, Mr. City Manager, our annual budget for animal control is about $474. Is that right?
That is the cost that the county is contributing.
Okay, so they're paying $474. What does it cost us annually?
If you give me a moment, I'll pull the actuals.
Okay, yeah, while he's doing that, does anybody know what the square mileage of San Benito County is?
About 1350, 1380, if I remember correctly. I did do that at the intergovernmental.
So 1,350 square miles approximately, or
that's fair.
And how about our city? What are we, about 8?
Yes.
Wow.
And San Juan Bautista is about 1. So you know, one of the things to consider, this is a 24/7 operation. So if we get no calls at all in a day, we're still open.
Right.
And operating of all those staff's not, they're, you know, 24/7. We've got animals there, we get calls 24/7, that type of thing. So, yeah, certainly if we were to add an additional customer, we have one left that we could add and a 1 square mile.
Yeah, and I'm just, you know, unfortunately, dogs and cats don't have geographic boundaries. I mean, my cats certainly don't. And so, wow.
Councilmember Burns, I do have those numbers. The end of year actual for 942,000. This year, our budget is 1.88 million, but as you may remember, we did budget some of the Helen Ross funds. So we have a capital expenditure of 470.
Okay, so the county's paying 55%, is that what I heard?
Yeah, the number that was listed earlier is an actual. So that was the 22-23, that's what they had paid.
Okay.
So essentially, and I'll have Chief talk about how the billing mechanism works with them. We budget with them. You know, we do the whole budgeting process, and then there's a split, and that is what they are going to budget, and then we're going to bill on actuals as the cost.
As we prepare the budgets, they're agreeing today 55% of the operating expenses. It does not include any capital expenditures, that's 100% from the city. But things that are happening in the county, like the theater, the county side of the road, any county specific calls, so they bear 100% of that. Any licensing or any income that comes in that's from the county, they get that as well. All of that is split up through our finance department.
Okay, so the county gets 100% of the licensing fee bill?
If it's from the county, they get that. They get that deducted from the overall expenses. It gets reduced from what they get.
Okay. Feels to me like we're once again subsidizing the county, where we should probably be more aggressive. Do they contribute anything towards our facility costs?
No.
No. They don't pay for the vehicles, they don't pay for the building. I fear that the more we look at people we get, the more it will be a concern to me. Let me move on to more pleasant things, maybe. Do we have a cost recovery mechanism in place for violators so that we bill out as a code enforcement action? Or is that something that we're not authorized by law to do? Because again, when we're sending I hear you guys say 5 people out. I get why we need to, but when we're having to shut down other facilities for their safety and for the volume of work, I would think the violator should be paying some of these costs associated with it.
Councilmember Burns, I think that's a process that we've looked into, and I don't think we're there to recover those fees yet, but we do have fines, the admin citations. That is something that does come back to the city and or the county, depending on where the person was that was cited. But I think that is the goal, to assess some kind of cost recovery. I believe that's in the process.
I would love to see a fee study that would tell us what it costs per animal control officer and all of that, so that we could find a way to try and recover some of those fees, and more importantly, hold violators accountable. I mean, otherwise it's kind of like a free pass. What percentage of the complaints that they've responded to ended up in a forwarding to the district attorney's office for prosecution?
I don't have the exact number, yeah, I can come back at a later time, but from what Officer Hardy is saying, around 10 just this year alone.
10 cases or 10%?
10 cases, sorry. 10%.
Okay, yeah, no, that'll work for me. Again, I don't know if there's a greater role with the DA and criminal prosecutions on these things, but man, the numbers are significant, and it feels like the county's getting quite a deal here. What is the it feels to me, and this is just me talking out loud. It seems like we have a fairly reoccurring turnover for animal control personnel. Is that accurate or?
We've actually had a pretty good turnaround rate as of late, but yes, historically, that has been an issue. I think everyone's been here around 1 year or more now.
Okay, all right, and so really, I think this is a greater question maybe for the chief, the city manager, and definitely the city council. What is it that we can do to help you to keep your staff? It feels very frustrating, I'm sure for you as well. You get people, you train them, and they move on. And whether they're moving to another agency, whether they just decided, your job is extremely hard from what I understand, and God bless you. But we need to do something. I know we provide a stipend or something when we're hiring police officers, and I would argue that we need to maybe find a way over a period of time to get folks to come here, be part of the best, and then stick with it. And so whatever we can do, whether it be financial compensation, whether it be benefits, whether it be perks, I'm wide open to that, because if you're turning people over, to me, that's something this council may be able to have some impact on if it's finances. And so for me, and then I guess the other question, I've heard this of other places. I'm not saying this about our place, but Chief, do we have a plan in place so that when these guys have to deal with something that's just horrific, that they have some sort of counseling that they can have, like our police and our fire?
Yes, I think the services that we have are for all city employees, and we've had cases before that even very tragic cases where we debrief and everyone's invited to participate, not just everyone who's involved, animal control officers, dispatchers as well. When we have a tragic event happen or something traumatizing, we have to get together and talk about that.
Great, I'm so happy to hear that. So I think I'll stop now. I would like to do a deep dive on what the county's fair share is. You know, maybe they are doing their fair share, and if so, I can acknowledge that as well. My sense is they're not, and I'd like to move forward on that sooner than later, on all aspects of the cost associated with their work. And then I guess I'll end on that. Thank you, guys. You're amazing.
And Supervisor, speaking of county supervisor, excuse me, for the positions, they did mention that they have someone in background. That is the position that this council approved at budget. So it's gone through that process. And so your actions at budget are coming to fruition.
Good. I did have one follow-up. I got a little caught up in the moment. Other counties I am familiar with specifically have limitations on the number of animals that can be had in unincorporated areas. And it's usually based on acreage. And so I would hope that maybe we as a city, not putting our frontline staff out there, but maybe we could work with the county council to maybe draft an ordinance that could maybe address that. Because again, when you go out thinking it's 1 or 2 horses, a pig, a cow, and a goat, and you have a lot more, how can you be prepared for that? I just don't know that you can. And so if we can help to regulate things through ordinances, to me, I think that would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No, I think a lot of, so thank you for the presentation, your work. I think a lot has been said. I would also like to see that we go to a true cost reimbursement. So facilities, if the vehicles or assets are purchased specifically to the county, then they should be required. And I think that, we should look at like global hours as well, or have, specific codes dedicated to county, because otherwise, not only on this contract, but other contracts, we're just continuously subsidizing a lot of the work with a lot of requirements that forces the city to purchase assets or to move. We don't have control over their policies or ordinances at the county level. And so really we're at their beck and call in terms of assets, codes, time, response time.
And we don't have mechanisms in place to receive that reimbursement at 100% or have done that analysis. But right now, we are, you know, adding to support the county on yet another contract. So I really want to do that, to move forward with that. So this is the third time I've seen this presentation, and each time you guys do it, you add a little more data and when it's get better and better. I am aware, because I did see part of the supervisor's meeting when we first were called in and asked to bring a presentation. And what's amusing about all this conversation is that we have one supervisor in particular was concerned that the county's paying too much. And I think we're actually seeing now with the data that has been gathered that they're really, you know, we're not even looking at the fixed costs, we're not. So I support what you want to say. We need to do a little, you know, look at it. I don't know, we have an agreement with them, right, a contract with the county. Is that coming up for renewal at all? Is there, you know?
Madam Mayor, we have an agreement, it's an old agreement, and it's already been month to month, for years. We just continue, we're overdue for that, and I think you all have a good understanding of what's happening here, but just a little bit more information. Some of the vehicles that we have, when they're going, in the county and having to drive off-road, our vehicles are struggling with a heavy box and driving over hills and some dirt. So that's one of the reasons we went to the Tahoe. It's a four-wheel drive vehicle. It's easier to drive in those situations. But when we price a replacement for a truck in this day and age, it was well over $100,000 for an F-250 or a larger, more powerful truck to have that box. And then that box, the costs have gone up. So that's one of the reasons we went with the Tahoe. It was a little bit cheaper alternative than those big trucks. But all these vehicles, we wouldn't need them if we weren't responding to the county. We would just need a regular truck and a regular box.
So I think we've got everyone here. I'm not quite done. So I think we can bring moving that forward. I just wanted to say to you though that having sat on the ad hoc and seeing all the work you guys are doing, it's just you're really making a lot of strides with Nancy Brian. I'm just really happy with you. So hopefully I just want to express my thanks, especially for the latest presentation. So thank you. All right, council members,
City Attorney, I don't know if this is the appropriate platform to have a discussion, but is this the group that was asking for something? Is this the group of employees that was just moved over and there was an oversight of something and the majority of this council did not support that request? Is that this group?
So I don't know if that's this group. I do know that there was some movement, but also I would recommend that negotiations, like as far as benefits, pay, requests be done in the negotiating session. And those are closed sessions.
I just wanted to get clarity so that everybody knows politics are at play here. If we're going to support them and say we're going to support them, then support them. Don't just say it out here and say something behind closed doors. Thank you.
So I think we've had enough discussion. Do we have public comment at all?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have a public comment from Stacey Brady.
Thanks so much. It's a pleasure to see the animal control officers here. I had the opportunity to participate in 2 back-to-back grand jury investigations with the shelter. And it's very heartwarming to see the progress that's been made at the shelter. I love it. I'm super happy. But since I had a captive audience here, I did want to bring up something that I was hoping maybe the city could move forward on. Currently, you have Hollister Municipal Code 6.20.030. It's mandatory spay and neuter for some restricted dog breeds. And in the city municipal code, it restricts that Chihuahuas and Pit Bulls have to be spayed or neutered within the city, which is an excellent program, an excellent plan. I would ask that the city consider expanding that to, if it was my way, we would have mandatory spay neuters on everything and then allow breeding permits for approved specific breeders. But that's a hard push. So if we could expand the current restricted dogs policy to include Huskies and any Husky Cross, and this is thanks to Game of Thrones. The shelters are full of Huskies now. German Shepherds and German Shepherd Cross. If you look at all the German Shepherd rescues, they are overflowing with German Shepherds. It's heartbreaking. Cattle dogs and any cattle dog cross, and Belgian Malinois and any Belgian Malinois cross or similar working type breed. Again, this is the Disney effect, the movies on TV, everyone that I left the Malinois, they think that they come trained and delivered, and it doesn't work that way. So this year myself, I fostered 2 Malinois litters of 8 puppies each, so 16 puppies and the 2 mama dogs. So I would really like to see that. And if there's a question, there's good DNA tests on that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up after listening to the presentation is costs are recoverable for animals that are seized through 597.1. At the SPCA, we were limited to the daily boarding fees, which averaged $20 a day. So when you seize 50 cats from a person that are all sick and in need of care, you can recover the daily boarding fees plus the veterinary costs for all of those animals. And I was personally responsible for recovering thousands and thousands of dollars at the SPCA when I was in charge of that. There is a mechanism already in place. You don't need to write any more rules. It already exists. And then my question in regards to the livestock trailers and those things, I think those are valid points. But my question is, how many animals, livestock type animals, not dogs and cats, have been seized or rescued from the county areas? How many times have we necessitated using that truck and trailer? We used to have here in San Diego County a large animal rescue. They would go out and rescue the large animals for that. So anyway, good job, thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
I think we've gotten to need any other discussion or any vote. But so we're gonna go to the things here.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially looking at cost recovery from multiple offenders, studying of true cost. And I would just see clarification, is that at the staff level or a formal commission study? I would think we could, at the staff level, could certainly take a shot at it.
I think we need a formal study. That would be my position, because city attorney, I think maybe they can legally, well, they can legally challenge anything. I know that you're gonna say, right? But do you think that an official study would have more legal standing than something that's done at the staff level?
I think it's gonna depend what the challenge is, really.
I think from a challenge standpoint, I mean, we're providing a service to someone that wants to purchase it. And those would be the funds that we come up with. I'm sure whatever we come up with would be challenged by those that are on the receiving end of it, requesting something more formal down the road.
I'm just glad we're getting it done. My preference would be something professional.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm fine with staff on this. I mean, you guys have been doing this for years on years on years. I'd also though like to have, I think 1 month to month doesn't really serve anybody's best interest here. It just seems like it's a convenient thing to do. And so I would like to have our city attorney, no matter what the direction is, let's put something together more formal than what has been. I get why it was, but I think this is a great opportunity as part of the negotiation. Maybe we find out the county is paying more, sure. You know, and if that's the case, I'm willing to accept that. But I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I think we're subsidizing them. So anyway, I'm good with staff.
And I'm good with staff also. So, thank you. We're gonna go to D2, reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve.
I have no committees that I serve on. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
I have nothing to report, Mayor or Vice Mayor.
Sure. I have nothing to report. So we are going to go to D3, informational report from the city council, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and staff.
Nothing to report. Madam Vice Mayor.
Nothing to report either, thank you.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Yes, Vice Mayor Morales and City Council just will report that our pilot program for the Word League has been working throughout this entire meeting and it seems to be working well. We probably have a few different things we're going to work out and hope to bring it back on the 18th and be able to start including it on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to unfinished business. All right.
Nice try.
Thank you. I wasn't able to attend the Thanksgiving parade. I tried to get back there in time. But I heard it was a huge success and we actually got here right as it was ending. So I felt, like always, kudos to you, to your department, all of the volunteers, all the partners. Thank you. The other thing was, I was wondering about the tentative maps. I think that's the wording on it. Have you got a chance to look into that, bringing it back? We got consensus on it. So I would like for this council to look into doing that. We had another conversation about something tonight. I think I walked in on it, but I think it could have been addressed if we were to have this council look at the final agreement. Is that what it is?
So we're looking at that, and quickly, I noticed that 3 years ago, there was a 2-2, then it was withdrawn, which means the motion failed regarding that, and then it was withdrawn by the former city manager. So procedurally, there might be some issues, but we're looking at it.
It was this council that gave consensus to bring it back.
Correct, but I was looking historically at what occurred before under Rosenberg's rules of order.
Yep.
So I'll bring it back with more direction. Thank you.
That's one of those.
With that, it's been time. Thank you. So I have just a few things. So, first of all, I'd like to send a particular appreciation to True Value Hardware, Village Market on Hillcrest, and Hollister Super on 3rd Street. I'd also like for this council, and I don't know whether we need to do this with our discretionary funds or not, but as I was walking in to the meeting, I looked to the right as I was coming up, and I think there's a spot there. And I really think it's a very busy world. We tend to forget things. And I would very much like for us to write some sort of a memorial, potentially with the names of the victims of COVID that died during the COVID outbreak. And I would like to have some sort of a public memorial to recognize those people. I think that we just moved on and we need to move on as a city, as individuals, but we did lose some people, and I would very much like this council to consider that. We'd also like to use some of my discretionary money to put the dog bag, poop bags on in Sunny Slope Village, primarily on Sunset. I've gotten some complaints about the fact that there's a lot of people now walking and they're not cleaning up after their dogs. And so I don't know if we put 4 or 5 on Sunset, but I would like to look at that. And I would like to use my discretionary money to do that. And so I'd also like to know if there is a way to maybe consider the road engineering on Sunny Slope at Sunny Slope Lane. I want to say it was about 2 years ago, we tragically lost a woman that was hit by a drunk driver. And I believe that road is terrific for engineering. I've been told we've had several near misses. I don't know that to be true, but I've heard that. And maybe, I don't know if you can re-engineer that road. That is just a nightmare. But to maybe put some sort of a crosswalk with the flashing lights to give people at least a shot to get across that road if they try. I would like to take a look at that. And then finally, I would like to look at the Del Curto agreement and if there is a way that seemed like it was feasible to work out an agreement with the developer to collect the fees as the units are sold. And I don't know if the past council agreed to, but if the past council agreed to do that, then I would think that we need to stick to our word. And if not, you know, I'd like to have a formal presentation to just figure that out. So, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I was looking at it on our spreadsheet, but if there was some type of study that we did on San Diego Street,
where 7-Eleven to Nash, that whole street, I know that people have complained about speeding and traffic and near-death experiences, so I know, I requested that a while ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I just wanna get an update, or if there is a study, kind of the status on that. I do support, Councilmember Burns on the request for the development, the collection of fees. I think that's something that we need to resolve. I would like to know if we do have a recreational policy, and if we don't, to bring something back. I also would like to use up to $5,000 of my discretionary funds. NASA is looking to bring a Colonel Nicole Mann, a Native American, who was sent to space. So they would like to be here January 6th of 2023. They're looking for space, maybe the Veterans Hall or potentially Hollister High School. The $5,000 would help with students to meet. The Colonel, and also for food and potentially transportation. I'd like to get that. So you mentioned one of mine, which was San Diego Street, that you had gotten a few complaints, and I know we did have a pretty bad accident there, it was a week or two ago, so I'd really like to see if there's something we can do, because I know people are very slow in the downtown, but once they get past South Street, they start speeding up again, so. And I know there was a study, I think you and I talked about that, and there was some kind of a study done not too long ago, but I'd really like to see pedestrian traffic being taken into account in the city. There's a lot of folks that do walk and cross back and forth on San Diego, so I'd like to see that. Also, I also mentioned this to you already as well. I got quite a few comments from folks about McCray Street. And I know you looked into it and you did share with the council that the intent at the time was to close that little section behind the shopping center, but a lot of folks are asking us if there's something else that can be done there. Is there any other options? And I'm wondering if we can bring it back and discuss possible other options, whether it could be closed further down so people don't get trapped coming all the way down where it dead ends, or I know you mentioned the piece of railroad property that no one was interested in selling. Is there any chance for something like that? So we could, you know, do something there. And I did have one resident say, couldn't we put a traffic circle there? So I just like us to look at it, and then alternatively, if we couldn't come up with something, can we look at redeveloping that or something, that section, because it's just starting to become blight. There's graffiti going on, there's weeds and stuff, and so let's do something with it. So we could bring that back and just kind of look into it further, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I think that's so one other item I wanted to ask about is I know we've had some policies that we created. The traffic calming policy, the speed hump policy, and the tree policy. I'd like to have that available for residents, easily available, like in a PDF form or something that we could download on our website, just so people know what the steps are to do these things. So just like, you know, I'm sure it'd be great to have it printed like a little brochure that people would grab here too, but I'd be happy with the PDF just so that people know how to do it. So and that's it.
Okay, so if I can just recap, Councilmember Burns asked for us to produce certificates for True Value Hardware, Village Market over on Hillcrest, and Hollister Super on 3rd Street. Looking at a request to bring forward, and because it's discretionary, this part doesn't technically need a consensus because it's a discretionary request. We would bring that back for a discussion vote like the one earlier today for COVID memorial plaque. And then we had an item, and forgive me, Councilmember Burns, I don't know if it was a discretionary item for dog poop bags on it. Okay, discretionary. As well as Sunny Slope Lane engineering. I know we have had discussions too about the intersection of Sunny Slope and Beverly right there, especially as there's the new development up the hill. There's a lot of folks, just new traffic on that road. And so if I could get consensus I may pivot a little bit, but just looking at that whole section, I think I've heard that from not only the council, but community as well. Looking at the request by Mr. Del Curto to look at the revisit of the fees and bringing that back to council for discussion. Let's see, Councilmember Morales, you had a request on Sam to get a follow-up on Hawkins to Nash. And we are looking, yes, please.
I got calls too. Can we just agendize that? Can we just agendize that item?
Yeah, that's what we're, if we get the thumbs up, that would be something to look at, because it is in our, the collector. Mr. Salvo, without getting too much into it.
It's classified as an arterial street, so speed, it doesn't qualify for speed cushion, so if we wanted to do something else. We have done numerous stop control studies also at Park and Hawkins, none of them warranted, so we'd have to look at some other type of traffic calming measure.
Councilmember Morales, just the discretionary funds, Colonel, I didn't catch the name when you said the Colonel's name, so. I can get it from you afterwards. It's okay. So that would be something that comes back, and I want to make sure if I didn't miss one, I feel like I may have missed a request in between.
So we're looking for space.
Okay.
For those students. About helping with support food and any transportation issues of the student body. And it's with
Mayor Casey, you asked to make the policies a little bit easier to find in PDF. We'll definitely take a look at the website there. And then it looks like we covered the San Benito Street issue that was brought up. And then McCray Street, bringing back a discussion on options. Yeah, we do get quite a few questions about that. So. And that is all the items that I had for this portion of the agenda.
You know, when the applications, and then the I think for early to return, maybe one. Motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.